we're not there yet. We're not totally free yet. We're not decentralized. They can still put our thumb on you. And what they did was they made an example out of one of your benefactors. You know, they didn't just pick someone at random. They're like, who's driving people to the Free State? Who's loud? Who's the vanguard? Who's really like pushing like the boundaries of freedom and making it possible? Throw him in prison. And I think that it's really important to push back against that. And you know, Samurai Wallet and Tornado Cash, you know, they're at the vanguard of your digital privacy. You know, they're really pushing the boundaries on that. And like, we can't just like let that go, you know. And most of this was done under the Biden administration. You know, they hated Operation Choke Point 2.0, and that's one of the grievances that the community has had to the Trump administration. They're like, we're so grateful that you said Operation Choke Point 2.0 is over and that you're not going to go after innovators in cryptocurrency and Bitcoin. But with all due respect, some of your team is still out of control and going after our guys. And like, you gotta rein that in, and you gotta let our people free.
You know, and what you're really talking about in some ways is the chilling effect, right? This is the thing that the federal government does. They do it both with speech, but of course, they are trying to make an example of Ian, who, by the way, I don't think you mentioned he's sentenced, but you know, he received a 9-year sentence. He's 2.5 years into it?
Yeah, he was 8.
8.
And then 2 years after. Yeah.
So, you know, this isn't insignificant. It isn't like, hey, we're putting you in the clink for 6 months. This is, we want to silence you for a decade and possibly break you so that when you come out, you shut the fuck up, right? And so that chilling, that won't happen, of course, we know that. But that chilling effect is a real thing, and it is something that we psychologically have to guard against, right? And that is the beauty of the Free State, because we are a community, and there is the sense of, hey, we have each other's backs. And I think Angela can speak to this a little bit, but you know, with the Ross story, back in the day, 12 years ago, Free Staters, Liberty Forum, and PorcFest were the first people to platform lend, because I knew, one, we were a crypto community, and two, that because of this chilling effect, we have to raise our voices, stand together, and speak out about this travesty. And so we have to start to do that for Ian's story as well. You know, I'm gonna ask you guys next about calls to action, but a minimum mine is, if everyone here knows Ross's story from nose to tail, and you knew kind of what the whole thing was, then your homework is to learn Ian's story from start to finish, including knowing the length of the sentence. I apologize. At least I exaggerated the wrong way, so it sounded worse. But it's to know Ian's story, to understand what his contributions to our community have been, and then, you know, to make it sort of part of your patter, because that is what we did with Ross. Because Angela got to close, and we're so grateful that you did that, right? But she was able to do that because of 12 years of advocacy from all of you, and that is what we want to replicate. So we have about 10 minutes, and maybe we can throw it open to questions as well. But let's talk a little bit about like calls to action, and maybe also, you know, I'm a big believer in sort of manifesting. Earlier when I was talking about PorcFest, I said I had this picture, like I had a literal picture in my mind that Ross Ulbricht would walk the grounds of Rogers Campground, and I just was unwavering. Every time someone asked me, what is going to happen to Ross? I was like, he's going to be free, and he is going to walk the grounds. And we need to take that kind of energy, and we need to push that into Ian's story, because he should not be in federal prison for advocating for cryptocurrencies for almost a decade, where he did not harm people and where the real charge is literally, yo, you didn't get a license. So with the last 7 minutes, let's talk about call to action and how people can really truly help.
I don't know if this is much as a call to action. Okay, yes, it is. I wanted to thank Dan O'Neill and James Babb. They're not in here or anything, but they live in New Jersey, and they set up a party called, do you remember? Enemies of the State, and it was during the DC Libertarian Conference that Trump said he was going to free Ross. And honestly, that happened, and then a few weeks later, Julian Assange got his thing, which was not quite a part of, but commuted, and I honestly see a connection, and Ian was one of the people that they advocated for. They're going to have another party, and that's to be determined, so keep your eyes out for the Enemies of the State party. I have free Ian stickers. That's the thing about like free Ross. I had never ever heard of Ross's story, and I was a libertarian from 2016, and then it's 2020. I'd never heard of him, and I started listening to Free Talk Live Ian show, and I would hear the commercials about Ross, and I thought this is insane. And when I moved to New Hampshire, everybody knew about it. And there would be, if you'd be in some random place in New Hampshire, like the warehouse, and there's a free Ross sticker there. And then, fast forward a few years, Angela gets the word to the president, and you hear about him on the news. It blew my mind. I was driving back from, while I was riding in the car back from that conference, and Mark Edge called me and told me, like, Trump just said free, or he's gonna commute the sentence of Ross Ulbricht on the stage. It literally is like being in a dream, because free stickers actually, like Carla was saying, make things happen, like dream things and make them happen. And I really think that we have enormous power as human beings that are not NPCs, that can think for ourselves and create genuinely. And that's definitely enough action for me. Is like, you know, just spreading the word about him, signing the petition as well.
Yeah, you miss 100% of the take. So just, you need to talk about it. If you manifest it, if that's your thing. Pray about it, if that's your thing. Like when I'm like having dinner at Mar-a-Lago, right? And you know, I'd spoken with Rick Grinnell, and like my ask is gonna be like, I'm gonna ask the president to free Ross. That's what I'm gonna make the ask on behalf of you, you know, and everyone. And I didn't consult with anyone except maybe Michael Malice, who was like, oh shit, you should do that. Like I didn't ask for permission from Liz. She had no idea. I was like, it's gonna be too much pressure on her. I'm just gonna do it. Like, so don't always think that you have to ask for permission. Just do the thing. And it was so easy that he was like, who's Ross Ulbricht? I'll do it. I'll walk out on stage and I'll say, free Ross Ulbricht, mic drop.
I just want to say, I didn't finish my thought earlier. I was saying I used to hate him, and I don't hate him anymore. I just want that to be clear. He actually did something for us. The only president that's ever done something for libertarians, ever.
So we are going to have, so there's a handful of things that you can do. Go to freeiannow.org and sign that petition. Go to cryptoprisoners.com and review all of the cases. There's like 5 that I strongly believe in, and there's a whole bunch of others that I'm trying to help. But those 5 where I'm like, I've really checked them. I believe they're totally innocent. They didn't rip anyone off. No one was hurt. Like very heavily vetted. And they have petitions too, and you know, sign their petitions. There is going to be in Grand Rapids, Michigan, in conjunction with the Libertarian National Convention on the Saturday night, I think that's the 23rd maybe, an Enemies of the State party where there's going to be attention. There's also going to be a Bitcoin ball on that's the 21st, and an event called Rescue the Republic, the 22nd. There's going to be national media attention at this event because it's Libertarian National Convention on one side, some other events on the other side in the evening, trying not to overlap them too much. So it's going to be, the whole week is going to be an excellent opportunity to advocate for them. So if you feel like traveling to that, please do. Otherwise, tune in and be sharing clips online, because they really do watch Twitter.
And I might add also, as a call to action, the reason it was successful with Ross is one of the ways we kept his story alive is New Hampshire is first in the nation. And one of the things we just routinely did over the years is ask every political candidate who puts their feet in our state, hey, what's your opinion? Would you pardon? Here, right? So now you're putting them on point. They have to go research it because they're like, oh, I'm gonna go from Red Arrow Diner to this next thing, and oh no, there's gonna be another Free Stater, and they're gonna ask me too, and they will keep asking, and we will keep asking until we start to get the answers we want. And so, use part of what the political process is here in New Hampshire to make it a story. Yuri.
Thank you. I don't know if you agree with me or if this argument was ever used, but Free Talk Live was aired on almost 200 radio stations, and usually like media is locked, most of it to Democrats, and independents are often disengaged or looked to Libertarian Party, but on Free Talk Live there was always like open discussions and considerations for all opinions, including different political views, and they were pioneers in criticizing, administrative state, response to COVID, everything that eventually helped Trump being re-elected. So if you could comment to it.
So you could ask a question. Definitely, Free Talk Live was all about open phones because Ian listened to the radio his whole entire life and like made pirate radio stations when he was like a child. And he wanted a show where anyone could call in without being screened out like the Rush Limbaughs do. And yeah, exactly. He spread ideas that eventually led to things like maybe Tom Mannion and Yuri and other state reps getting elected and made a big difference. So, trickle down. Next question.
Okay.
That's my husband. Your husband.
Okay, so you wrote minimum wage, maximum destruction?
Damage.
Damage, awesome. Sounds great.
I didn't understand the whole Ross Perot, am I saying the right thing?
Ross Ulbricht.
Ross Ulbricht.
Yeah.
What he was doing, but her son, who's like 40, said, well, he was setting it up so people could kill other people through his system. And I don't know what to say about that, so will you tell me what I'm supposed to say otherwise?
And Angela, I'll add, because both my son and daughter, who are liberals, said he was allowing human trafficking.
Has anybody ever been on Facebook? Have you ever reported anything inappropriate on Facebook? Yeah. So any website like that, and Mark Zuckerberg's not innocent. Ross did not permit human trafficking on his website. I'm sure that there are instances where people put those sort of things up and they were taken down. That's not the purpose of the website. It's to exchange goods and sell and services for Bitcoin, in Bitcoin specifically. But the feds did a lot of narrative work and storytelling to turn him into just this supervillain mastermind.
Talk about the big lie.
Oh yeah, the murder for hire plot that the feds put together. Yeah. They want to they paint you into a supervillain and spin all sorts of stories and lies about you. He never went to trial on that, and this is a tactic. They will vilify you and turn you into a monster and turn all public opinion against you, and then they just go to trial on the website, or the license when it's like, oh, tax evasion, scamming this person, scamming that person, and then it's like they make it like mythic. But yeah, it's just not true. And to the extent that anyone abused his website and put things up that they weren't supposed to, those things were taken down. And hopefully, human trafficking and things of that nature that are on Facebook and Instagram right now get taken down as well. But it's a big world with a lot of people doing bad things.
The thing is that Ross Ulbricht created a tool that saved so many lives, and a tool can be misused. And that's what I would say to your children.
So we have to wrap it up. I would also say with the Ross story, thanks to a full pardon, don't matter. Thank you all for joining us for this conversation. If you guys have further questions, please reach out to Bonnie or to Angela. They're here. Remember, sign the petition. It does make a difference to Angela to be able to take numbers. Of course, Ross's petition was up to 500,000 people. Let's work on that for Ian. So if you haven't signed it, which I know some people in this room have not, please go do that. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Lunch is being served now next door, but I also want to make you aware that we have two, you're welcome, you guys can have lunch and sit at the round tables there, but there's also 2 workshops going on that you're welcome to join for that will start in 10 minutes. In the breakout room, which you might never been to, it's past registration to the left, past the media room. Tim Baxter will be doing a workshop on how to make millions in real estate by betting on the inevitable continuation of stupid monetary policy. And then also in the dialogue room, we have Edward Carfella on how to Bitcoin. So if you're like a Bitcoin newbie and want to learn how to use Bitcoin, you can grab your lunch and go to the dialogue room for a workshop on that. We will resume here on the main stage at 1:30 for our U.S. Senate Forum with Scott Brown and Aaron Day. So that'll be 1:30 to 2:30. So please join us for that. Thank you very much.
Last year, when you were here, I got a picture.
Oh, that's cool. I bet I know a shit. Does there have to be Wayne?
I'm sorry. I can find that out. Take that. Okay, I'll catch up with you.
Like the rule of court fest straight out the gate, right? So kind of like it close to me, they were like, oh, we have like 6 to 10 families, right? But then we think over time, I do think it's the right one, because isn't it sold for drama? People, and also, honestly, like, people can be like, okay, this is a whole lot of that. It's kind of like, well, if there are 15 other stakeholders, do you want to be attached to that too? Because that's then a choice, right? And it's not me being the boss. Although someone has to be the boss for the parents. This is that. I mean, I'm like, what the fuck? Only because I'm a woman. I'm not a because that's actually what I was told. I was told, you're a woman, you can't leave, you can't tell me what to do, and where is your husband?
I'm pretty disgusted. Like, they're very disgusting. That are pretty frustrating.
And you're not even allowed to call it toxic, because that's toxic. All right, so keep me apprised. I mean, I don't, you know, I mean, honestly, this model means if you guys do it, you do it. If you don't do it, you don't do it. I just, you know, I'm going to put together a group and we'll have like a weekly call and all of that crap.
Thank you. Cindy's number?
Just because we do like local currencies.
Yeah.
It sounds like something that uses
Possibly, or voluntary non-jump types to.
Go ahead.
All right.
That's Mises. Okay.
So I don't think you always come to these events yourself in person, right? You usually send the guy.
I usually send a guy.
But this time you came.
I want to learn.
Oh, so you came for the show, not just for the speaks. Are you planning to be here for at least a few more hours?
Yeah.
Because when my marketing director comes, we wanted to talk to you because we were thinking about it last night in relation to, I think there's a massive opportunity to build markets where people, and kind of like what we talked about, where we build markets, local markets, and shows this type of event, but then instead of going by the free seat project, we don't really have a similar taste, except the focus is similar, but that focus is free markets. And that vendors who come take precious metals, gold, and silver, trade for goods and services. And so that we basically make it very easy for them to do it. So they come, the experience they have with vendors, people are selling different types of things, and everyone knows that if they want to, they can sell the thing back to us again. If they did dollars, but they get to see it in action.
I think there's a lot of cross collaboration opportunities for sure. People should be using precious metals.
And I feel like for us, I think that we can actually expand the precious metals market instead of necessarily battling for territory. I think we can actually expand the territory.
Oh, you're right.
Less than 1% of Americans are buying $55. Less than 1% of Americans are buying physical silver or gold.
It's not common.
It's not common. So if we just got 1% that wasn't already doing it to be into this for the freedom, not necessarily the investment, but investment too, but for the freedom of it, that 1%, if we did that, then gold back and silver would be having a bigger half of the entire silver and gold market in the world.
Oh, there's a huge opportunity.
Which is great.
I can tell you the people that will work tirelessly against you, and it's not
Who would it be? You said the insiders?
no.
Oh no, round two.
I thought that when I started Goldback that my big opponents would be like the central banker types. Like, oh no, you can't have freedom and bullshit. Like and there is some of that, but largely it is 20 dealers that don't feel like they can make money on your product, that you do a product as a competitor, they will quickly throw you under the bus. And they won't just throw you under the bus, they will misrepresent your product to throw you under the bus. I saw posts on silver bits on my day where they're saying, oh, top comment, oh, they charge you 50% premium. It's not even true. It's not even true. That's the top comment.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, make sure they don't steal this.
Yeah, you can figure it out or between the other dealers, that they will misrepresent your product with us, and they will point people to your competitors, and they will cast you as a disingenuous person.
That's actually like the same trend.
These are good-looking real estate.
Oh, yeah, that's recent. That's recent.
And that's because
that's the last
you're
year.
out of the department for reaching out to them to sell it.
Yeah, we built up the sales department for that, but it's also like, I have a lot of money getters coming on now that have seen our product for 8 years, and they have customers asking for it forever, and they're like, fine, we'll sell it. You know, they kind of come in, this defeated attitude.
There's some corralling for you, right?
Oh, you know, I mean, people sales for
Well,
the
I think a lot of it too is people who aren't into precious metals to sit in a ball and stuff.
It's not quite, it's not
Not
like they used to.
everyone in
They've been
precious
selling the
metals.
same stuff.
Most people in gold and silver aren't selling.
No, but they pretend to be. A lot of them give lip service to sound money and freedom, but like at the end of the day, they would sell anything. So when you're like, hey, I got a sound money thing. Oh, a lot of people that buy it aren't sound money people either. Now you just put your say, I just collect these, they're fun.
That's why I feel like we need to create an entire new market of people who want to spend.
Yeah. Yeah, our coins are worth something. Now it's like, you wouldn't pick up a quarter because it's not worth enough.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. It's a neat way to make business expensive.
Yep, steps on the belt, makes it easy to walk by.
This is a really cool
Hey, you
thing.
have to make a plastic top that's like Ron Paul, and you have the silver out of his mouth.
It's the Ron Paul head dispenser. Dispenser.
That's
a
the way
good
to go with
idea.
it.
We talked about putting a head up, but now that you say the Ron Paul head, I think that like gets him pre-roll so that we might get it.
Okay, I hope you make it fun, just send me one.
So he's a machinist. He also owns part of our company.
Okay.
And so he came up with this, and he's been making, how many has we sold? 1,000?
Getting there. I don't see how I'm making on support. Or maybe you guys have a site. I don't know how many of you
We're running low. The operations say we need more than C.
Most people, most people that are involved carry currency are going to they have currency can pull back cylinder. It's not like you have to pick one, or you should be kind of pick one.
I have an entire collection of gold backs. I have everything with all of the gold backs.
Yeah?
And a whole row as well.
Okay. Yeah, so I mean,
a few weeks ago, you said Jeremy Kaufman should move to Ohio.
It's not
Yeah. So I said, like a couple of weeks prior to that, I said, you know, you might want to go to Arkansas. They have a group there.
That's right, there's a white something down there. Bring me right home. Although they wouldn't like it because
So I mean, Idaho's a little colder, so I mean, I think it wants to snow and everything. Sure.
I'm the CEO.
And you look at how young he looks, he's actually older. You look younger than Ted said you are.
it's funny how he adamantly insists now that it's
Whatever
not
you're
true.
doing for him.
I know people who've done anybody doing that. Was moving fun. Papers you all.
When we launched 100, it was worth $500. 100 came out. The 100 pulled back in 2005 was worth.
He's running for state chair of the LP next week.
Are you going to that?
Well, I joined to make sure he didn't get on the board. We failed last year, so hopefully this year people wise off. He's pissed off more people, so.
Yeah,
you know, some people are support him not showing up.
Okay, so that's good. Maybe something will happen there.
I hope, you know.
I don't know how many times I've heard,
For us,
you can't contact that
because you can trade 100 for
DCNH is saying we should go around killing
you
people.
just like a $100 bill. It's like a $100 bill is
That's one guy. Literally one guy.
But it costs more.
So they don't make New Hampshire, they write us off because of one guy's stupidity online.
So I traded them in for like 2 using ones and halves.
My wife and I were on a trip in Connecticut. We were listening to the radio and they're talking about the LP&H. I'm like, oh, what did Jeremy Kaufman do?
Yeah.
Well, fibers are just a really good deal. This girl was all the whole back.
But you could
Because you asked me that question, I figured it's fair to ask.
Yeah, no, that's the employee. Try and keep it.
Yeah, it's almost as if someone's paying him to bring
Most of like
the idea of his experience into his business. So I'm not in New Hampshire.
You know, I mean, there might be a market for that, but it's not the type of people I want to attract.
I think there's a market for it among
yeah, a lot is
teenage trolls and Russian bots and a bunch of social media accounts.
Yeah.
It's not like a real world people.
Actually not. Actually, we have to pay the introducers. And we have to.
And over the years, we've been very similar to what we have arranged. Over the years, fractional silver, people would ship them fractional silver. They'd be like, we'd say, oh, we have the lowest price of 110 ounce bar. And then they'd be like, look at this 100 ounce bar. It's 99 cents over something. Like, but then you're buying a 100 ounce bar. It's not the same. We have 1,000 pieces of silver across the board, make 1,000 more pieces to do when they walk. And people will make that comparison. And people would literally be like, over the years, people were vicious. They would call us criminals. They would say,
You can't do a 10th of an ounce or twice a 100-ounce bar.
It's amazing. They don't realize it costs money to make.
They don't realize it. They don't care. I mean, they don't care. Get up there, buddy. And the thing is, they would have all the same
Later on, I want to bring when I'm bringing for introduce our team.
You know, I've been on this for a while, and I could probably tell you a few things that.
Everybody hear me?
Ross, hold on.
Hold the bottom. Hold the bottom. Has it got a green light on it?
I think we're good now. At least somebody knows how to run this thing here. So one, thanks everybody for coming. I love familiar faces. I think I've met everybody in here before, which is awesome. What's up, Dan?
Let's go, Tim.
You're tardy. Just say you're fine. So most people, their idea of investing is you save a little bit each year, as much as you can, right? And you stock money away in probably a 401k, and hopefully by the time you retire, you have like a little bit left over, and when you die, you have $1 left, or maybe 1 penny, right? And that's it. You just barely make it. You retire, you spend down everything you have, you draw down 4%, right? And the amount you can draw down, that they tell you can draw down, goes less and less over time. That is not wealth. That is just financial survival, right? And if you're paying a financial advisor to basically give you this mediocre advice on how to barely survive, right, and make a smaller, just an average return, effectively, you're being scammed. So, what do I do, right? So one, you can't get rich by clipping coupons. Yes, saving is important, you should live below your means, but you get rich by compounding at a higher rate of return than what most people are getting. Ideally, you have assets, and ideally those assets cash flow, produce passive cash flow that's higher than your expenses. So if you've ever heard of Robert Kiyosaki, he's got a famous book, Rich Dad, Poor Dad. They call it the Little Purple Bible. And his idea of rich is that your cash flow that you produce from your investments is more than your expenses. So there's a saying, a job is just over broke. So if you make 100 grand a year from your W-2 job and you spend 99,000 a year, so you're saving a little bit, but you lose your job, right? Everybody sees what's happening with AI, and it could be totally unrelated to that. If you lose your job, boom, you're one step away from being financially destitute. So that is not being wealthy. But if you make $80,000 a year from your investments and you spend $50,000, right? Or you make $500,000 from your investments and you spend $200,000, that big spread, those assets that are producing income, right, effectively while you sleep, that makes you rich. So that's the idea of Rich Dad, Poor Dad. And my thesis is fairly simple, that real estate is the simplest bet to make in America. You're betting that politicians will continue to print money, that the currency will continue to lose value, and that real assets will rise over time. Right, this isn't some sort of conspiracy theory, and this isn't a hard message to make here. This is obvious, right? This is what's happening in real time. And to put simply, it's just math, right? Inflation transfers wealth from savers to asset holders. So if you're a saver, you're going to be a loser during this debasement. If you hold assets, you're going to win. If you hold assets,
where you lever them with debt and they produce cash flow, you're going to win bigly. So let's talk about the Federal Reserve and what they're doing. We had the financial crisis, we had COVID, right? I think the balance sheet of the Fed basically doubled, right? Then we raised rates through 2021, we had the quantitative tightening. They're now moving away from that. So there's 40 billion, I wrote it down here, it's reserve management purchases. So they're adding 40 billion to the balance sheet of T-bills. They're buying T-bills a month, and they have a new name for it. It's quantitative easing, right? Because it's so politically charged what the Fed has done, because this is effectively a transfer program, right? They're transferring through this quantitative easing wealth to the rich. But the Fed is pivoting back to that. We have the war in Iran, right? Gas prices are up 50 cents a gallon. And we have tariffs that are back, right? Trump lost in the Supreme Court. He said we're going to have even higher tariffs. Inflation's running hot, the last CPI. All of this is extremely inflationary, right? Which is going to make the value of real estate go up. So if real estate is the simplest bet in America because you're betting on math, the best place to make that bet is in New Hampshire. And I'm going to talk about my model in a second, but I'm going to talk a little bit more about New Hampshire first. So you look at the real estate market, since 2021, right, rates have risen. It's not like the stock market in the sense of where, you have national companies. There's regional dynamics. So Florida was really hot, Texas, but the last 3-4 years, a lot of people have lost money or it's been flat. Rent growth has been anemic. In the Northeast, supply is restricted. So the biggest thing that determines how much money I make, it's how much rent goes up, right? And then it's the leverage component. So in New Hampshire and in the Northeast, right, it's just supply and demand, stupid, as the saying goes. The supply is really restricted, so average rent has been going up tremendously. For example, 6 of 10 counties in New Hampshire, and this is just one barometer of judging rent, but 6 of 10 counties, last fiscal year, rents went up by 18% plus. This is HUD rents, for example. So none of my models, right, do I project. We're just projecting typically 3 to 5% rent growth a year after stabilizing rents to market. So if we're seeing much higher than that, and rent growth has been much higher than that since 2020, in New Hampshire, people are making a ton of money because the rent is going up. That's first and foremost what it is. And then the second big reason why New Hampshire is the best market in the country is Massachusetts has lost their mind, which they've lost their mind, I don't know, before I was born or something. So they're about to pass rent control. So every day, landlords in Massachusetts, they wake up, they have their tail between their legs, and they realize, holy crap, I have to sell my property, right? And if I don't want to pay taxes, I have to 1031. So where do they have to go? They have to buy real estate in New Hampshire, right? And every day that wakes up, every week, month that goes on, they get closer and closer to when they vote in November, right? And the polling is 60%. So it's basically like an option that's against them, where there's this ticking time bomb where they have to sell their real estate en masse and move to New Hampshire. So we're getting unsolicited offers on stuff from Massachusetts buyers, and I expect that it's just going to accelerate that sort of frenzy of people trying to escape rent control. So I'll break down my model. So what I do, it's very simple BRRRR, and it's just with a much more accelerated speed. So a BRRRR is you buy a property, you fix it up, you rehab, you refinance and you repeat. So that's the model. So we buy a property, right, where say the rents are 40, 50% on the market from what they should be. That's typical. A lot of that is just, there's been so much inflation through COVID and since then that inflation, the increase of the rent, just hasn't been passed along yet, right? If there's a tenant that's lived in that property since 2020, right, has their landlord actually increased their rent 50%, right? And almost always, or the properties that we buy, the case is no, and then we're just raising rents to market level to what the average person in that town is paying. It could be there's units that are down, there's heating systems that need to be fixed, or there's vacancy, but we're increasing the level of the profitability of the asset, right? And then we're just refinancing. So I've got some sheets here that are really tiny, and even if you have glasses, you might not be able to read. But I'll go through a deal that we just refinanced. So we've got 17 deals that have now gone full cycle, meaning that we've been able to execute on a capital event of getting most, all, or more than all of the investor capital back. One deal took 25 months, so people are a little angry, but everything else, 24 months or less. And that speed, to be able to generate that, you have to be able to create a 30% plus IRR. And so this last deal we just did, we bought an 11-unit property for $1.2 million, and we refinanced it at a value of about $1.95 million. So we put in $315,000, right, because the rest is debt, and we created, right, over $700,000 of value. So the real numbers of exactly what investors got back is we put in $315,000, we've had a little bit of distributions during the stabilization period, and we just paid back $480,000, and we had $50,000 in the bank account from the refinance. So we put in $315,000, and the bank gave us a check for $530,000. Plus, we own an asset that, based off the appraisal, we've got almost $500,000, $450,000, something like that, of equity value in the deal. So the total return is over 100% for LPs in 25 months. And we own that asset, right, forever, and it's going to continue to produce passive cash flow. So the first deal, just to kind of show, it's the same story, but what it is, right, is these deals, they're a multiple of its profit. So I bought a 6-unit building, I was 21, and it was like, okay, if you raise the rent $500, right, that's $6,000 a year, you know, $4,500, maybe $4,000 is profit, and then the value goes up a multiple of its profit. So if you raise your revenue $500 a month, right, that's $50,000 of added value for one unit. So you have 6 units, that's $300,000. So I put in, it was like 100, we bought a little bit more, it ended up being like 120 by the time everything was done. I sold the thing, I made $300,000 in 17 months. I remember I walked into TD Bank in Seabrook, depositing $300,000. I'm 22 now. I looked like I was 16, maybe. The teller's like, so you do real estate, so can you help me? Like, how do I get started in real estate? So that was the first deal, and I bought it during COVID, the economy. I was under contract, and then COVID happened. I used that as leverage to renegotiate. I got the price down 15 grand. I still had the guts to go through with it. And obviously the market, right, really pumped during COVID, and all of that's helped me. The market's been super hot in New Hampshire. But on that deal, we raised the rents 70%, and I bought the thing for $385 and sold it for $790, right? So the value doubled, which was atypical, right? And so because of the speed and the amount of revenue that we're able to increase, that's what's generating really outsized returns. I'll be taking questions soon, but I've got a bit more things to cover. I'm not one for like reading speeches, as you can see, but I do have some notes. I'll talk taxes and risk and recession. So another big benefit is just the tax savings. So for me, like, I don't have to pay income taxes on the first $300,000 as a real estate professional that I make. And basically, this isn't exactly it, but like anything after that, it's like 5 to 8% that I'll have to pay. So especially with the big beautiful bill, depreciation is supercharged, and that's especially true in real estate. So if we buy a property for $4 million, we put in $1 million, we're typically going to get a K1 statement that says we have a loss of like $500,000. It varies by property, but that's what it is right now, roughly. So obviously that's voodoo. You know, to me that doesn't make any sense, because that's without investing anything else. It's just buying the asset, right? Nobody would buy something for $1 million that's only worth $500,000. But we get to take that passive loss, right? And if you're just a normal person, you're not an active real estate investor, that loss sits there, and all the income you make from the real estate deal, it goes against that passive loss that's just sitting there. So it can be 5, 7, 10 years, right, where you don't owe any taxes from this investment. And the refinance events, because you're getting a bigger loan, those are non-taxable events as well. So when we had investors, right, someone puts in 100, they get back 130, that's a non-taxable event because it's debt. For me as a real estate professional, I can take depreciation and use it against any active income. So it allows me to pay an extremely low tax rate. Risk, I think, so one of the big questions, and this is a good question to ask, is like, well, this sounds great, like, what can go wrong, right? How can this go to zero? How can I lose all my money? A big question is, what if there's a recession, right? Will people stop paying rent? A recession is probably the biggest way that I can make a ton of money. And I want to ask the audience, what do you guys think, why is the reason potentially why a recession would allow me to make a ton of money, more than normal?
Why cheap?
Prices go.
That's what most people think.
People lose their homes. They can't afford to make mortgage payments anymore. So they got to rent.
The answer is wrong. I'll explain why. There are super talented, fabulous people that make a ton of money timing the market. But timing the market is extremely difficult. Right? If you look during COVID, right, prices of real estate went up. There was a little bit of like, what's going on as the world ending, but it kept, you know, there was maybe a month or two where you could have timed the market, and these deals typically take 3 months to complete. It's not timing the market, it's not buying cheap. It's, I told you this, so you can cheat it. You can't answer it.
It's the title of your presentation.
Right. It's the monetary policy. So I've got $70 million of assets, right? And I've got 40–50%, that's my portion, right? And there's debt on that. The next time we go into a recession, what's gonna happen? The Fed's gonna print overnight. It's gonna take time to shake into the system, but overnight, the value of those assets double, right? Because the value of the debt is getting cut in half because they're printing, right? It's a very sinister financial system that we have, one of debt, basically inflation, right? Where people like me become rich because they're effectively stealing from everybody else, right? They buy bonds, they buy mortgage-backed securities, it makes my stuff worth more money. So the next recession there is, they will print a lot of money, and overnight, effectively, or over a couple of months, years, the assets will double, right? The debt becomes worthless. And if you really zoom out, right, so the 500 plus units we have in New Hampshire, most of this in New Hampshire, a lot of stuff we've been buying 100, 125 unit. It depends where it is, the bedroom count, but a lot of that is close to 200 now, right? In 10 years, maybe it'll be worth 400, right? Our initial cost basis is 25. So the other way to kind of, you know, as I said, this is all just math, right? But the other way to put it is compound interest is the greatest force in the universe, what Einstein said. And that's basically what this is, right? You have the leverage and inflation, and so if your basis in something is 25%, but rents are going up 5% a year, right, you're making a 20%. Even once these things are stabilized, after getting back all the cash, hopefully, in an initial period. And if you can compound at 20% consistently over time, you make a crap ton of money. That's basically it. I will add, or kind of just reiterate that, you know, the model is working. I own and manage over 500 units. So all those deals, right, these mortgages, there's a distinction, like a Kiyosaki or some people would make, between good debt and bad debt, right? My debt, the tenants pay the debt, right? They are paying down the mortgage. So all these mortgages are getting paid down by the rents we receive over time, and it's getting eroded. And we're gonna be left with these cash flowing assets. So it's a better, we can compound at a lot higher rate of return because of the debt, and we can do that safely because we can have reserves and make sure that our mortgage is being paid by the rents themselves. As I said, it's 17, it'll be 18 on March 20th, as long as that deal goes through. 17 deals full cycle. That is an extremely phenomenal track record that I'm very proud of. It's hard to do in a short time span. So the model is working. We've got, I'll call it soft pledges for a couple million, and we're not under contract for anything right now. So the deals come and go. I did a bunch of deals at the end of last year. Most things on the market, or most things even off market, you can't raise the rents 40, 50%, right? You can in some cases, but that's rare. So I love working with free staters. That deal I mentioned, 9 Worcester, every investor in that deal is a free stater, for example, which is cool since we're here right now. But I'll have more stuff, hopefully, in Q3, probably, maybe June of this year. So we're looking for more investors. I'll add that this is not an official ask to raise money. That can only get done through official offering documents. But the last thing I'll say is, you know, one of my goals, I've got about 100 or so investors, is I want to make a bunch of people a millionaire. And again, and there's people that I work with that already are millionaires and are super successful. There's other people where they're worth a couple $100,000, whatever it is. If you take a couple $100,000, right, and you get it back, or most of it back in 2 years, and then you repeat, and you put in another stream, and you fast forward 10 years, you have 5, 6 deals, right? I obviously can't guarantee this, but I will make you a millionaire if you stick with me and you come along the journey and you bet on my ability to execute on this overarching strategy, which is just betting on the continuation of stupid monetary policy. With that, I'll take any questions that we have.
Have you done any deals?
It's on.
Have you done any deals where you're doing more than just a light renovation, like you're maybe converting a hotel to residential, or doing commercial residential, doing anything that's more significant there, where you're actually like creating units in the structure?
So I've got 5 units that I want to add at 3 different properties. And one of the things that's very difficult is just the process. You know, I'm kind of now that I've done enough deals, I think I can go to people and say, hey, like, this is going to be a 5 or 6 year business plan. But starting out, right, I didn't necessarily have the same track record. So a lot of it is the difficulty to get through the local boards is hard. And these 3 units are, one is a old commercial trying to turn it residential, and the other two is basically most of the functionalities are already in the space and they're apartment buildings. So you're taking a 10 unit and turning it to a 12, a 4 unit and taking it to a 6. Like, it's the most obvious thing in the world that it should be approved. It's in the parts, Laconia and Pittsfield, for example, where the apartment buildings already are. Jason's in the parts of town where there are apartment buildings. So that is prohibitive, and it makes, obviously, the stuff I have go up in value, but I've shied away from it because I've just kind of tried to refine what I do more and more. You know, from an activism, ideological standpoint, right, I think we should have less inflation. I think it'd be great if it's easier to build, but, you know, I'm also kind of betting that that probably won't change, or at least change a little bit, right, in New Hampshire, but not enough to make a big enough dent, in my opinion. And then we have some, you know, deals where we might spend 10–15% of the asset value on repairs. We've got one where we've spent, you know, maybe 20%, so like 400,000, 2 million, which since we're levered, that can be a significant amount, and then there's a repair component of the loan. But it's not, there's some, and I forget the component, but if you spend like more than the property value, you can like not pay any taxes over a certain amount of time, or like 10 years or something. It's just less what I do. My model is really focused on like dealing with the banks. And like one thing I've recognized is like the banks are greedy, right? So make them compete and get the best terms. And kind of with the inflation, like the politicians, right? They're greedy. And they're trying to make money too, right? The insider trading, and they want to get reelected, so they'll just keep printing money. And utilizing that wedge with the banks to get the best terms, that's kind of been my business. And then just refining that model over and over again. There's, you know, there's people where they buy a 100-unit building and they've bought that 2 or 3 times, but like I bought 11 deals last year. So there's just a lot of reps of doing the same thing over and over again. Go ahead.
How do I go change the wheels? I did miss a little bit of your story in the beginning, but I'm wondering a little bit more about some of the other considerations, similar to like what legislation you might look out for if there's ever any opportunities for more home ownership to increase rather than, you know, the renters are increasing rather than homeowners. So if that were to reverse, would that ever change anything? Are there any other like concerns that you might have for future investments that could throw a wrench in your strategy?
Yeah, like if the state became communist or passed rent control and then more housing, like those would be the 3 things. Probably like in that order. Honestly, like least important being like if it became a blue state, right? Which means we'll probably get the other things. But if we still don't have rent control, if we still have restricted housing, like if we don't have those 2 things, I'm making a ton of money and assuming that we're printing way more money. That's it. It's kind of just that simple. It really is math, as I said. Obviously, we're a purple state, but I think locally we have pretty good, at the state level, pretty good government, and I'm not anticipating that will change. And it's just some of these things are sticky, right? Where there's just a lot of resistance to building more, and that's why it's been so hard to get the changes that we've even gotten. So of course anything could change, but it's just like, you know, like the federal government could stop printing as much money and could have a balanced budget, right? That would make my investment, right? And Phil's laughing as he should, right? So you want to be positioned in the place where it's a near certainty that these trends are going to continue, that make a ton of money, and that's why my portfolio is so heavily skewed to real estate. Did I bore everybody? Do we got one more?
All right, you talked about some of your deals that have made you eye-popping amounts of money. You talked about the deals that have been least successful. What lessons you learned?
That deal still has like a 30% IRR, which is a phenomenal deal. So some people get a little greedy because they're like, oh, I'm in one of your deals that's making good money, but not the best deal you've ever done. So I have done one deal, I haven't sold it yet, but I'll probably end up losing money. So it won't really be booked until the deal ends, and that was a deal I did in South Carolina. And there was a lot of, I used the wrong debt, so part of the risk profile, the loans that I have, everything in New Hampshire, I've got some stuff in Iowa too. They're 5 or 10 year loans. So if you have a $5 million loan, right, and then you're trying to make the property worth 10, so you get a bigger loan, 7.5, right, you should be able to pay the 30 grand or 40 grand, whatever it is, the mortgage a month. Like if you go bust because you can't do that, you're a really bad operator, right? You should have reserves, right, even if people stop paying you. The way people go under, like take an office building, is someone bought something, and this isn't, my deals are all personally, all the mortgages are personally backed by me, which provides a lot of security to investors because I just can't walk away. But take like office buildings where someone bought something for 10 million in 2004, the bank then said it was worth 100 million. 15 years later, they gave them a loan for 80, so they walked away with $70 million or whatever, unsecured, right? So it became worth less money, right? And they just walked away. They said, yeah, you can have the building back. I took the 70. I'm done. So what happens, the way people default on these loans is not because they can't pay the $40,000 mortgage every month. It's because their loan ends, right? Their debt's $5 million, and they go for a new appraisal, and it's only worth 2 or whatever, and they don't have the gap, and they can't pay it. So in South Carolina, this deal, I'll probably end up losing almost $1 million. It's the only deal that hopefully I'll ever lose money on. And it had shorter term debt, so it has like 1-year notes, so we've been renewing the notes, right? And so then we gotta pay the lender more, and it's hard money loan. So instead of putting down 25%, we're even more levered. Which there's deals where I've done that, especially where it's just me owning the deal, and that's great. You can make an even higher return, but it's more risk. And it was out of the market, and 73 units, it was cheap. It was like $30-something thousand a unit, which is why I bought it. But it's just high crime, it's in the hood, it's a nightmare to run, and I manage all the properties that I own. I have a team, I have a maintenance company that's vertically integrated now, but South Carolina is this outlier. So what I ended up doing is I bought out most of the stake of my investors. Basically, I just cut them a check to keep them happy, and of course they've reinvested. I just gifted them. The 2 investors put in $500,000. I basically just gifted it to them, and I took the loss. Now, obviously, I'm limited by like my financial capacity to do that, and since it's only one big staking loser that I have, I did that. But in that case, that's what I did. And so a lot of the lessons is just like how much risk you want to take with the debt. And then also like to the construction question, like why I've tried to really stick to the same thing, right? Stick to the same places that you're operating with. We have outside property management companies at times, so I wasn't directly doing the operations, right? That's a nightmare. So like I'm very in the weeds on moving the revenue forward of my businesses. Like that's that and raising money and like high level, like talking to banks or whatever. That's basically how I spend my time. But that deal was a combination of things done poorly. It was bad setup, basically. And there's a saying, and it's not the only way, but it's partially true, that you lose your money or you make your money when you buy in real estate. And there's a lot of truth to that. I think the better way to say it is you don't make your money when you buy, because you still have to run it properly, but you can definitely lose your money when you buy if you do it wrong. And that's what happened with South Carolina. Logan.
couple of questions for you. So I'm kind of wondering how you go about managing the properties, as far as what's the way that you approach things when things go wrong, as far as fires, water damage, pest infestations, that kind of thing. How do you work with tenants to get those kinds of things dealt with? And then a couple other questions is the way that your business is run. Is there a number of non-accredited investors that you're limited to? And what is the minimum investment that people can make into a project?
So it depends on the deal. For my services company, which we're still raising money on, it's 25 grand. It's 50. So for the real estate deals typically, and sometimes it's just accredited. This year, everything will probably be non-accredited. Investors can participate, and there is a cap. I think it's 35. Just based off the size, like a lot of the buildings, we never hit the cap on anything. And then all those things you said, like fires, insurance claims, trip and falls, like thankfully I've never had like anyone like break their neck and die, but all those things I've dealt with. So it's kind of like, how do you learn how to ride a bike? You just get on there and do it. So I had to kind of figure it out. All those different things, there's an answer for it, right? Like you have insurance to protect you for a fire. If people stop paying rent, you evict them. If you have a frivolous lawsuit, you fight it. You know, we have 4 people that work remote that are international, and then we've got, it fluctuates a little bit, but about 5 or 6 people in the States. My operations manager quit recently, and we replaced him. Right? He got burnt out. I can understand it. So it's business. You just fight, and you scrap and you claw, and you win by doing that. But all those things, we've dealt with it before, basically, is the answer. And you always find out some little thing, right? The insurance agent didn't tell you something before, right? So you set up the policies a little bit better the next time, and you just refine the model. Julius, you have a question?
Sure. As a fellow real estate investor, I applaud your turbocharged energy.
Thank you.
Do you see yourself doing a Tuscan Village type projects anywhere down the line?
Gosh, what the guts that guy has and the vision to build that. Like my structure is so numbers based, right? And I don't know if these numbers are true, but I heard that at one point, so this is just totally a rumor, I don't know Joe Farrell, but I heard that he took out a $100 million personal loan from the DeMoulas because he was over budget on building that thing. Like, I don't care if it's 25 million, like that's nuts. That's the type of guts, and you've got to have the balance sheet, right, and the track record to do that. So it's like, I don't know, in 30 years, you know, maybe. But definitely not anytime soon is the answer. Do we have any time? It's 1:08. Scott, are you kicking us off?
No. Actually, I have a question.
Sure.
So I've been a real estate attorney since 1985. I own properties. I've built properties. Rentals are the most difficult time because a lot of the tenants, you know, unless you have a statement of habitability, you go through the checklist and you make sure everything is up to code. A lot of the tenants will not pay rent and withhold because they say there's pests or something, or there's broken windows, or there's this or there's that. When you're going in and you did to South Carolina and doing these other properties, are you able to try to do any type of paper trail where you're, when and after you have to go and collect the rent, they say, well, the place was broken and this and that, obviously they trashed it. How do you protect yourself in that regard?
Yeah, so I guess it's never going to be perfect, right? But we have a property management software, Outfolio, so some of it is protecting yourself legally. So we put in the leases, all maintenance requests must be made through Outfolio. That way it's documented, and it protects both sides, right? If you make the request, there's a record, and then we can see if you did make a request, or how long, right, did we respond in a day, or did we respond in a month, right, and we messed up, right? So that really helps us having the concrete record, right, and then getting the right person out there to deal with it, and working with, you know, inspectors or people, right, so that they're reasonable, right? So as long as we're doing our job, we haven't had any issues with inspectors, right? And if they are having issues with us or something that broke or whatever it is, right, it could be a new boiler for $95,000 that we need, which was this winter. Like, we've had like 10 boilers, Scott. It's been a mess, right? These buildings, like most multifamilies, they're 100 years old, right? So the systems are old and it's really cold. So that we had to fix a lot of stuff, and as long as we're doing our part, right, if heat's going to be gone for a couple of weeks, we'll put people up in hotels, whatever it is. But it's kind of just, honestly, it's all numbers and it's all a system. So we expect a certain amount to be spent on maintenance every year, and as long as we plan for it, we're going to be fine.
Hey, oh, one other thing, sorry. Have you noticed the difference between working in the north and working in the south? With the inspectors, with the, you know, improving the coding, with, you know, the building inspector, the, you know, some of the tenants' rights advocates, is there a difference that you notice?
Yeah, it just depends on the laws. Like the southeast is a little bit more red, right, as you'd expect. Yeah. But kind of as I was hitting earlier, like that was actually one of the things I thought when I went to South Carolina, is because it's so landlord friendly, it's so much going to be in our benefit. But really the restricted supply, that matters way more for making money, because that's what drives rent, and that's what drives your profit. So the laws are good enough here that this is the best place to do real estate. Who's keeping time now?
Right.
Do we have, how much, are we out?
You got like 4 minutes.
Okay, we'll take another question if anybody has a question. Going once.
Hey, Tim, I got a question.
Shoot.
It sounds like you are very specialized at this business model. So
Yes.
you have relationships with banks, with the sellers. This is not something, this model is not something you recommend that somebody could take and scale out and do on a smaller scale basis.
I think you could. Obviously, I've developed a lot of knowledge doing this, but like that first building, I made $300,000 when I was 21. Just doing a couple hours a week. It's kind of crazy that I even ran for Congress. Most normal people have been like, I should just do this and try to make a lot more money. So the best way is, like, somebody asked this question and they're like, I actually have a different question, but like the 3 best ways to start are like A, investing in like one of my deals. B, you can buy a house hack. So buy a 4-unit building, put down 5%, right? So put down 30 grand, something like that. If you save, that's attainable, right? And then that building, right, if it doubles in value over 10 years, you're gonna make, you know, $1 million or whatever it is, like $30,000 investment. Because you're more levered with FHA, that is a really phenomenal opportunity. The third way, which is kind of how I got started, really, is you find a mentor. You find somebody that understands this really well, right? And then maybe you start to work in the industry, become a real estate agent, you could go the mortgage route, but you find a mentor, and then once you know enough, you start it yourself. And if you do, you know, if you do 30, 40 deals, right, like one building, one 5-unit building is $1 million when you pay the mortgage. So that's retirement. Boom. 2 minutes. We got 2 minutes. Do we have any more questions? All right, I think we'll leave it there. Thanks everybody for coming. I'll be hanging out.
Thank you, Tim. Just so we can start on time for the next talk, could you guys grab your plates and any glasses, and you can set them on the tray in the back? Appreciate it. We'll be starting the next talk in about 4 or 5 minutes.
Sure. I did not this year. I had a triathlon. The triathlon website. Yeah, semi. Hold on. You can help me out. Good to meet you. Thanks. Thanks.
We're gonna jump on the radio show. And then we'll come back
Let him miss this. Who might all be gone by now? He was Steve, right?
Yes, it is.
My name's Dan.
I just know everybody's the most recent time, but artists are saying it's a.
They are.
Oh, no, it's not good here in this club. It's not hard. You see it a little over here.
It'll be interesting to see.
Yeah. It's a wild moment. Are you still in the same position?
Yeah, I have the same two major clients that I've been with them like 10 years. They love me, so even
Not sure, I kicked one over yesterday, so I was like,
Right?
No, it just sprayed somebody out and get a good kick in there. I was like,
I would love to get a 20-hour week spot, because I've got other stuff going on. It seems hard. It doesn't scare me.
I had to jump.
Yeah, I'll see you guys.
Do you feel like the rates you're getting are comparable to what you're getting?
Well, okay, one of them, I guess the CEO said, I want to just cut off. In fact, there were actually 2 million, because Top Talent had contracted to give to 6 million software. And it was the ultimate thing, let's just cut out both of these 2 million. So I'm giving them a
Oh, nice.
The other one, for whatever reason, I was going to be Top Talent for 6 years now.
I'm telling you, I think they would be able to take care of it.
Well, it was done, it was negotiated. Apparently, they kind of feel like afterwards, it has to be either that or this guy has been negotiated.
What kind of company?
It's a small company that do,
Yes.
Yeah, I hear all kinds of conflicting stories about no camera.
I think it's just, it's harder now.
Yeah, mine is 178.
They're already in, they're gonna, as long as they sell money within the country, try to keep it, try to your employee AI.
Yeah, you do my thing for.
You know better than me.
Might be tough.
The way I look at it, if they do like, I think it's like, with your version,
Not if you're not.
Yeah, I heard that trades. Do you know how to do electrical?
I mean, not really, but I hear, my understanding is that it was maybe a couple years ago.
So you're not looking to one of your.
communicate that to our?
I did, he knows, I'm just saying.
Okay, so, all right, so, great, good to know. So, I'll introduce you and start this clock. We'll play video. So, we have a time clock here that'll be keeping track of, thanks for good. We'll have a time clock here, you'll be able to see from stage, keeping track of the 3 minutes. And I'll just do it directly for you, so time is yours. And whatever time, whatever you wrap up in your solo remarks, you've got my folks that'll be in the last one.
For the market for
Oh, your kid is going to play singing.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, 'cause it's like 2 minutes out. Yeah. I was looking at the like sandwich parade coming out. I was like, that doesn't look as good. It's a little tough. I figured I could easily get to that in front of a bunch of people. I feel bad every time I get it. Well, if we're on this he just says where we are. Oh, I guess it doesn't matter. They've seen me here. You did. Yeah. Sal just walks in like a bully, just
I'm pretty sure that makes the one that you said you have to get that. I'm pretty sure that was
All right, everyone. How are you enjoying the 2026 New Hampshire Liberty Forum? All right. We got a very special special event today. I think it's a sign of the growing significance of the Free State movement here in New Hampshire that statewide candidates want to come and speak to our people and hear about our issues as they seek to represent the free state of New Hampshire, in this case, in the Imperial City of Washington, D.C. We have 2 U.S. Senate candidates, one independent and one who is seeking the Republican nomination this year. We are going to hear from each of them for half an hour. They will share remarks with us, and then as they have time available, there will be opportunities for questions from those present. So those 2 candidates today that we will be hearing from are Independent Aaron Day and Republican Scott Brown. First up, we will be hearing from Independent Aaron Day. I'll introduce him, and I believe he has a video that will play, and then we will hear directly from him. Aaron Day is a serial entrepreneur, best-selling author, and political disruptor who is currently running for the U.S. Senate in New Hampshire in 2026, this year. With 3 decades building decentralized systems in e-commerce, healthcare, blockchain, AI, and clean technology that make technocracy obsolete, Day authored the best-selling book, The Final Countdown, exposing the threat of central bank digital currencies to freedom and financial sovereignty. Free Stater since 2009, he previously served as chairman of the Free State Project, the Republican Liberty Caucus of New Hampshire, and now leads the Daylight Freedom Foundation as its chairman and CEO. A resident of Bedford, New Hampshire, Day has run for the U.S. Senate in 2016, governor in 2018, and president in 2024 in his fight for liberty, privacy, and individual rights. So we'll play the video from Aaron Day, and then we will welcome him to the stage.
Live free or die, that's not the words. It's waking up empty, it's dying of thirst. Trading your days for insurance and bills, while the machine builds your cage and you're paying the bill. Quiet desperation, that's the real grave. A life half lived as a comfortable slave. This ain't what you were born for, you know it's true. You feel it in your chest, breaking through. They're wiring the walls, closing in, tracking your dollars underneath your skin. Left and right, same throne, same crown. No one stands up, no one makes a sound. They hand you a ballot like it means something real. 2 wings of one bird, same deal, same steel. We say no, no to the change, no to the dollar running through our veins, no to the white coats, no to the lies. This is the day that we rise. It's hers right here, it's hers right now. Your rights are yours, you take them back, not giving out. Not from the left, not from the right. They were always yours, now step into the light. The daylight breaks, a new day comes. We take it back, every last one. Live free or die, we fan the flame. Nothing will ever be the same. Fan the flame.
Is this on? Yeah. All
right, good afternoon. You're probably wondering, all right, what's he doing this time? But actually, for the last 3.5 years, my beautiful and brilliant wife and Eileen and I have been going around the country, and increasingly now around the world, warning people about what I think is an existential threat to New Hampshire, an existential threat to the Free State Project, and an existential threat to free will itself, which is technocracy. You might ask, what is technocracy? And there's a lot of confusion about this, and there are a lot of libertarians that have been swept up into it. Technocracy is a political ideology. It's a political ideology that says, we are too stupid to make decisions for ourselves. We need scientists and engineers to make decisions for us. And rather than having an economy based on a supply and demand price-based system, the economy gets completely transformed to a system based on energy credits. This is an idea that started in the 1930s, then it picked up steam in the 1970s with the Trilateral Commission, who picked it up, David Rockefeller and Brzezinski, and it is now the basis for UN Agenda 2030 and the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And it is a real threat that's happening right now, not in the distant future. If you think about it, coming up with the idea of an energy credit-based system run by experts was pretty novel in the 1930s. When you don't have an internet, you don't have digital currencies, you don't have surveillance. Now, all of those pieces are in place. And the interesting thing is, we're led to believe that there are two different sides to this. That on the one side, you have the globalists with Klaus Schwab, and you all know Harari pushing one version, and then on the liberty conservative side, you have a guy named Curtis Yarvin, who is pushing ideas that sound good until you dig into them. Curtis Yarvin pushes an idea that I thought sounded great, RAGE, retire all government employees. It would be great if you stopped with retiring the employees. The problem is, they want to replace the employees with AI. Well, I will tell you, we have a 75,000 page, 16 million word tax code. And you would much rather have a bunch of bureaucrats administering that than Skynet. So this is the global situation right now with technocracy. And this is how I got into this initially, was when I started researching CBDCs. CBDCs, central bank digital currencies, are one part of the technocracy framework. Today, there are 134 countries globally representing 98% of the global GDP working on CBDCs. And there's a new form of CBDC called government-regulated stablecoins, which I will get to in a minute. It's not a replacement for CBDCs, it's a different way of weaponizing CBDCs by taking a private solution and putting it under the control of government. Then we have digital IDs. So globally, 3.6 billion people today have digital IDs. We even have digital IDs now in the US, and this is often overlooked. I mean, I remember at Liberty Forum a decade ago, we were fighting Real ID. This was a big thing that we would celebrate as a success, and then somehow, quietly in 2016, we passed Real ID. In fact, Real ID was originally proposed in 2005. It took 20 years to get it implemented. There was a lot of pushback. You had attorney generals in states that said, hell no, we don't want this. Trump gets in, and 120 days later, Kristi Noem, who just was fired or repositioned, puts it in place. And now you have a situation where 15 states are already digital. If you go to an airport and you don't have a Real ID or a passport, you have to pay $45 each way, each leg of a flight. And the plan is for Real ID to be digital, rolled out to all 50 states by 2027. Then we have AI surveillance. And we have the whole, now I didn't fall for this, but I know a lot of people did. A lot of people thought Elon Musk was going to come in and bring in Doge, and it was going to be all about eliminating costs. Remember when people were talking about we were going to eliminate the deficit? This is actually something that was said. That was never the purpose of Doge. The purpose of Doge was to connect Palantir to federal government databases, which they did, and now that will ultimately end up being connected to our Real ID. By the way, Peter Thiel and Elon Musk are not libertarians. They are technocrats. Technocracy is a political ideology. Technology is something completely different. Elon Musk's grandfather was the head of the Technocracy Party in Canada. He has pushed UBI. He's pushed energy credits. He's explicitly stated he's for technocracy on Mars. So please don't be fooled. So I like to say this might be a little bit controversial, but I think New Hampshire now has the designation of being the freest plantation in the slave colony. So we are number one, and that's great, and that's awesome. I moved here in 2009, all for that. I remember the statement of intent. But since I've been here, man, the government, the federal government, has gotten its claws into this state, and people don't like to talk about it. I've talked about it. That's why I ran for U.S. Senate the first time. I'll get into more details there. But federal spending is up 81%. The federal government is responsible for 33% of our budget, and I'll go through some of the specifics. But when I say, you know, we're the freest plantation in the slave colony, the United States is not the freest country in the world. And when I say this, people say, well, if you don't like it, leave. As a serial entrepreneur, if you don't face the actual reality and facts to address them, you can't improve. I think we are highly propagandized on this. You can look at this, healthcare, we are dead last in terms of rich nations, in terms of healthcare outcomes. We're 57th for press freedom. So yeah, we have a First Amendment, but there's no indication of it in the global rankings. 26th for math education, 24th for happiness, 30th for life expectancy. And then the other thing is most people then just assume, yeah, but we're the most innovative country in the world. Well, your data is like 10 years out of date. Today, China leads the United States in 57 of 64 technology categories. And I suspect probably within the next 6 months, they'll take over AI as well. But we are number one in a couple of areas. We're number one in military spending, we're number one in incarceration rate, and we are number one in medical bankruptcies. Every minute in this country, somebody files for medical bankruptcy. 75% of those are insured. So I like to say we're winning the battle, but we're losing the war. How are we going to protect the state of New Hampshire from the growing control of the federal government? We've done great things, and I'm very proud of everybody that has been doing all the hard work at the state level to secure wins like constitutional carry and to keep the granted state advantage with no income tax and no sales tax and school choice and all the great free staters that are now elected to office. But we don't like to look at some of the larger things that are happening. It gets completely pushed under the rug. We caved on Real ID. Under Sununu, we had 118 executive orders tied to $7 billion worth of funding from the federal government. The largest funder of the Republican Senate Majority PAC in 2022 was Pfizer. So, you know, I hope we win on this inspection sticker thing, but we're even seeing some potential blockage on that. And this is, you know, I'm gonna say a little bit of I told you so. If you know my political past, I got involved in all of this to fight Medicaid expansion, Obamacare Medicaid expansion in 2002. I'll go more into that in a second, but what we were told at the time, and by the way, I appreciate the fact that Scott Brown is here today. He and I have had our differences in the past, but I actually look forward to continuing to talk to him. I'm glad he's in this race, because what I've been trying to say since 2012 is the biggest threat to New Hampshire are these political dynasties that bring in lobbyists and money from Washington, D.C. and affect our state policy. And that is exactly what happened with Medicare, with Obamacare Medicaid expansion. We were promised it would only last 2 years. We were promised that no more than 50,000 people would be added. And of course, all of those were lies. Up to almost 100,000 people at the peak were added to this program. It's been an economic disaster that has destroyed healthcare in this state. We do not have market-based healthcare in here. Cancer Treatment Centers of America couldn't come to New Hampshire because they were stonewalled by the existing hospital system, which is further consolidated. So that's happened. And by the way, I supported a lot of people in 2014. I ran a super PAC along with my wife, who was the chair of the NHLA. ran the DCNH, and some of the people that we supported, like Kevin Avard, we supported because he signed a pledge against Obamacare. A lot of people did. And last year, Kevin Avard was the co-sponsor of a bill to make Obamacare Medicaid expansion permanent. So when you take a step back and look at what's happening, we're losing on some of these really key issues. Again, Sununu, 118 executive orders. You can't go to church, but the liquor stores stay open. We have a situation where our data, our health data, was delivered to the CDC, and all of the fines and everything else. So in an emergency, which is usually when the government expands its power, despite our efforts to try to push it back, it was a nightmare. And I have to say, the least amount of freedom I've had in my entire life was in 2020 in New Hampshire with Republican majorities and with mostly Republican majorities in Washington, D.C. We have to acknowledge that. Now, I mentioned CBDCs. I ran for president on this issue, on raising awareness of CBDCs. You see a picture there with me with Vivek Ramaswamy. Vivek read my book. I had multiple conversations. I harassed Vivek Ramaswamy, as Free Staters do, on this issue. And he pushed Trump to come out against CBDCs. And you may remember, Trump came out against CBDCs here in New Hampshire the night before the presidential primary. So people are like, oh, you must be thrilled. We got completely wrong because we now have the Genius Act, which is pitched as pro-crypto, but in reality it's a backdoor CBDC. And let me explain. It's not that the central bank is issuing this. People's concern isn't about a currency being issued by a central bank. What they're concerned about is their money being tracked, programmed, and censored. Well, the entity responsible for tracking, programming, and censoring money is the United States Congress, not the Federal Reserve. I will never support the Federal Reserve, but in the realm of financial surveillance, that's Congress. So here's what's happened. They've passed the Genius Act, and they've taken something that's very popular. Last year, people did $33 trillion worth of transactions using stablecoins. They put it under the control of Congress, added all the financial surveillance, the know your customer laws, the anti-money laundering laws, and then there's another kicker, which is they're requiring stablecoin issuers to back their stablecoins by US treasuries. So why did they do this? They did this, as our Treasury Secretary said, because they believe they can sell $3 trillion worth of treasuries based on the hype of stablecoins. So when you're using Tether and when you're using USDC, you're not only paying to bomb schools in Iran and all of the tyranny around the world, but you are also adding CBDC level surveillance to your transactions, and you are also, in the case of Tether, benefiting Howard Lutnick. And I won't go into all the details if you don't have time now, but our Commerce Secretary negotiated a deal for his company to back all of the treasuries backing Tether, and then pushed for the legislation to require stablecoins to be backed by treasuries. It's, if you think Nancy Pelosi doing insider trading is bad, you got to learn about Howard Lutnick. But that's not the worst of it. There's something now called the Clarity Act that people are excited about. What the Clarity Act is about tokenizing all of our real world assets, our stocks, bonds, commodities, oil, gold, silver, even our homes, and adding CBDC level surveillance to that. So now, if you're worried in the future, if you speak out against the regime, you're worried your money might be shut down, well, they might actually shut down your ability to move your assets or control your wealth. This, Larry Fink has said, everything will be tokenized. This is the push. This Clarity Act requires the exchanges involved with these tokens to track your transactions in real time, to be able to reconstruct your transaction history. They share that information with multiple federal government departments and even have a carve out to be able to share your financial information with foreign central banks. That's the Clarity Act. If you've ever heard of the Great Taking, this is something where, since 1994, there have been changes to laws at the state level, where essentially the next time the economy blows up, you might think that your 401k is safe at Fidelity, but if Fidelity goes bankrupt, your financial assets will actually go to the secured creditor of Fidelity, which in most cases is the 4 largest banks. Tokenization makes that possible with the click of a mouse button. So I want to talk a bit about the war on crypto. And really it's not just the war on crypto and the crypto prisoners. There are more crypto prisoners now than when Trump took office. He declared the war on crypto is over. And I will tell you, I've spent the last 2 years going around the country talking about Ian Freeman. And for 18 months I went around talking about Roger Ver, and more names added to the list. All of the people that you see on the screen, I can't go through all the cases right now, are people that were either promoting economic freedom and the ability for people to use cryptocurrency for day-to-day transactions, or were open source developers writing code to protect our Fourth Amendment rights. They all remain in prison, and some of these, I just had this guy, Ray Youssef, on my podcast 2 weeks ago. He was arrested at an event I was at. This was literally 2-3 weeks ago, and basically charged with the same things that Ian Freeman was charged with. So the war on crypto is anything but over. But for people that promote freedom. But some people are getting pardons. Trump, and Scott, you and I talked about this before, this is a shameful situation. First of all, first thing Trump did, the night before the inauguration, was launch 2 meme coins, Trump and Melania. And so far, his followers have lost $4.3 billion on that. He then pardoned a guy named CZ, who was the CEO of Binance, one of the largest crypto exchanges in the world, pardons him, and then goes into business with him. So the Trump family has a stable coin, USD1, that was created by CZ, and then CZ facilitated a $2 billion investment into the Trump fortune. Another guy, Justin Sun, his case was dropped, and then he just happened to buy $75 million of the Trump meme coin, was the largest holder of the Trump meme coin, and invested like $100 million or something into World Liberty Financial. This is serious stuff though. On the technocracy front, you might have noticed that there's this new thing called the Board of Peace, whose first action was to start World War III. Well, one of the other things that they did was they're working on, their words, creating a technocratic state in Gaza. Well, they're trying to push Trump's stablecoin, USD1, as the currency used for this technocratic thing. So the whole reason I'm doing this right now is we have to stop this technocracy. This last election ended up being about technocracy with resistance versus technocracy without resistance, and technocracy without resistance won. Nobody's fighting this. If Kamala had won, people would have resisted Real ID. They would have paid attention to the Genius Act. We need to slow this down. Now, I've done this before. In 2016, it's not well understood by most people what was going on, but I was fighting Medicaid expansion. The short form of it is this. Nobody in the Republican Party wanted it. I was going to town and county committee meetings, and they were signing unanimous documents stating that they were opposed to it. The #1 thing in the party platform was opposition to Obamacare in all of its forms. Long story short, what I found is that the reason that it was pushed, the consultants that were brought in, were all tied to John H. Sununu. And so it passed, but then we were told it was only going to last for 2 years. Well, they ended up reauthorizing it, and they reauthorized it to protect Kelly Ayotte's position in the United States Senate. Well, I care about New Hampshire, I care about the Free State Project. I don't like these people interfering with our state, pushing massive billion-dollar entitlements on us. So I said, I'm going to run a slate of candidates to cost you all of the Republican federal races. If you're going to intervene at the state, I'll intervene federally. You probably know how it worked. Kelly Ayotte lost by a little over 1,000 votes. I got almost 18,000 votes. It was a 4-way race. It was the most expensive U.S. Senate race per capita in the history of the United States. I got sued. I had threats of violence from billionaire hedge fund managers, and I went dark for about 5.5 years. And frankly, we also lost the 2 congressional seats. The independent candidates were the margin of error there. Unfortunately, we didn't do anything with it. We could have looked at that as an opportunity to say, you know what? In a 50-50 state, free staters can be the kingmaker or dynasty destroyer of these federal races. And we didn't. People instead decided they wanted to kowtow to AI. They wanted to kowtow to the Sununus. We will not defeat technocracy by ignoring this problem. So this race, the entire control of the United States Senate might come down to this race. The prediction markets are tightening. There was, just a few months ago, 80% chance that the Republicans hold the seat, and now it's moving to 57% chance and dwindling every day. So the same playbook. Now, I'm in this race, but I still have to collect signatures to get on the ballot, so there's still some time here. And when I ran last time, I gave everybody a year's notice. I gave AI, the NHGP, I told everybody in advance, I'll do this if you guys don't follow the platform. If you don't follow what the party wants you to do. And they didn't respond. Maybe they'll respond differently this time. And maybe I can exit this race. Maybe I can work with Scott. Maybe Scott can, we can talk to people in the Trump administration about 3 things. About ending the war on crypto, pardoning the crypto prisoners. He said the war was over, make the war over. Kill the Clarity Bill, which is the biggest piece of surveillance legislation in the history of this country, and it's being packaged as a pro-crypto bill. Third thing is fire Howard Lutnick. And I don't have time to go into all of that, but it is it's the biggest corrupt situation I've ever seen. And it's not just about his involvement with Tether and his involvement with Epstein. It goes deeper and deeper and deeper, and I don't have time to go through it all today. But very candidly, based on how it works, if my name is on the ballot, the Republican loses. If I get 4%, I can form a party, and maybe we can decide that we're going to be serious about having influence on these federal elections moving forward. And in the off chance that I win and get 35%, I mean, who knows, right? A communist won in New York, maybe a pro-liberty person can win in New Hampshire. But if I win, let me be clear about what I'm going to do. Obstruct and expose. There is no fixing Washington, D.C. There is no hope of fixing this. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you. What Thomas Massie has done with the Epstein files is the single most important thing that I've seen done politically in Washington, D.C. in my lifetime. And I suspect you believe that I'm probably pretty capable of stirring up that kind of trouble. So we have Scott here. I'm not going to say any bad things about Scott. I know a lot of people think they're going to be fireworks and everything going back to 2014. That's all gone. And in fact, I think it's really unlikely that the two of us, I'm probably going to be the one on the ballot. And the reason that he won't be on the ballot is what I'm fighting against. And who knows, maybe we work together to help Scott. Scott got screwed in 2014 by the Sununu family. I remember he got snubbed. I remember the whole thing. And now looking back on it, you know why? The Sununus think this is their seat. They're holding this seat open. Whether it's for John E., whether it's for Chris, they believe it's their seat. Well, I don't believe it's their seat. But think about this. You probably didn't expect me to say good things about Scott, but here's the thing. He supported Trump. I don't support Trump, but here's the thing. He did support Trump. He became Trump's ambassador to New Zealand. He's been consistent in his messaging. And what does Trump do? He endorses a never-Trumper. He endorses John E. Sununu. Now, I guarantee you there's some quid pro quo, backroom deal there somewhere that's going to benefit the Sununu family. It's shameful, and we need to stop that, or the entire state is at risk. Now, on to Sununu. I'm going to start calling him Surveillance Sununu, because immediately somebody says, oh, you're going to cost the Republican the race. Before I moved to New Hampshire in 2008, or in 2009, I was watching C-SPAN and the financial collapse. And I remember there was a period of time where people were saying, hey, Judd Gregg, Johnny Sununu, these are the most libertarian guys in the Senate. Then the TARP bill came up, and it failed. And I'm like, wow, are these guys actually going to do the right thing? The stock market dropped, and then they flipped. Sununu flipped. Judd Gregg flipped. Sununu ended up becoming the chair of the Oversight Committee on TARP. Then parlayed that into becoming the chair of a finance board at the World Economic Forum. Judd Gregg was being considered for Commerce Secretary under Obama. But then you dig deeper into the record. In addition to the TARP bailout, he voted for the Patriot Act. He voted for Real ID. Surveillance Sununu. If this is the kind of Republican, you gotta look in the mirror. What the hell are we doing here? That's not the lesser of two evils. This is the guy that smooths these things over and gets these things across the finish line. What did he do after that? He became a lobbyist for 10 years. For Big Pharma and for a firm that is lobbying and working for all these big tech companies that are building our digital prison. So, here's the thing. I think the biggest problem that we have is people believe they don't have a choice. They believe they have to pick Republican versus Democrat. They believe they have to vote at all. The average person in this country has a job they don't like for insurance that won't protect them if they actually have catastrophic situation emerge, so that they can build a retirement fund in companies that are building their digital prison. This is essentially what the American dream has morphed into, and it doesn't have to be that way. The entire campaign for me is going to be about going across the country teaching people how to opt out of these systems. If you want to stop World War III, if you want to halt technocracy and you want to end the Fed, ditch the dollar, stop using the dollar. I'm not going to sit up here and tell you, oh, vote for me, we'll audit the Fed, we'll end the Fed. That's not happening if we just stop using the dollar. So I'm going to go around the state showing people how to use alternative currencies. You want to talk about healthcare? Here's a plan. Form a medical trust, cancel your insurance, and investigate medical tourism. The whole point of my campaign is to go around in person, meeting with people, showing them how to exit the system. So with that, the plan and the game strategy at this point, you can go to day2026.com if you want to help collect signatures, which we're not going to do until the spring, and also to help organize these events. I'm actually running this time. I mean, last time I didn't have a website when I ran in 2016. I will be going around the state. This is what I've been doing for 3.5 years. People need to understand the seriousness of technocracy and understand that they have a choice, and that choice is not to participate. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron Day. We're in the process of resetting the clock. While we do that, I'll introduce the next candidate, which is who is Scott Brown, who is a New Hampshire native. He's a U.S. Army National Guard colonel, retired, former U.S. Senator from Massachusetts, and ambassador who is currently running for U.S. Senate here in New Hampshire. With nearly 40 years of military experience, including deployment to Afghanistan, Brown rose to national prominence in 2010 by winning a historic special election in Massachusetts, becoming the first Republican U.S. Senator from the state in nearly 40 years. He later served as U.S. Ambassador to New Zealand and Samoa from 2017 to 2020 under President Donald Trump. Now he's a resident of Rye, New Hampshire, with deep family roots in Portsmouth. Brown is seeking to champion limited government, accountability, and the Granite State's tradition of freedom and self-reliance. So let's welcome to the stage Senator Scott Brown.
Thank you, Eric. Aaron, that was fascinating. Thank you. Of course, we've always, I don't think we've ever really had a disagreement that led to us not wanting to go grab a beer. And,
let me make sure the microphone is turned off.
You probably shut it off.
Thank you very much. And I have a rock band, I should know that. Like, what is going on?
So first of all, thank you. It's an honor to be here. And just note, everything he said about John is right. He is and was working as an advisor on the World Economic Forum. He's a globalist. He also bailed out the big banks through TARP. And he worked for the very same banks and made millions of dollars. Right now he's on a board that's exporting our jobs to China. And when you look at the dynasties, you know, we have the Shaheens, we got the Sununus. Apparently they're the Kennedys of New Hampshire. Isn't that great? And I don't disagree with you at all, that they're looking. The reason that John came out of the woodwork is they don't have any juice. And they're actually looking to get back into the system as a reflection of the things you referenced. So thank you for bringing that up. Before I actually begin, what I'm gonna do, a little bit different than what Aaron did, I'm just gonna introduce myself for about 5 minutes, and then I'm gonna take questions for the rest. Just so we can be crystal clear on where I stand on issues, because you know I read sometimes the social media, it's like, yeah, that's not true, that's not true. That's sort of true, and let's just have a very straight conversation, because I'm here and he's not, and neither is Chris Pappas. So Right, I was born at the Portsmouth Naval Shipyard. My dad was in the Air Force at Pease when it was a SAC base. My mom was in Portsmouth. They got married, they had me. I lived in Portsmouth for the first 3 years of my life until my parents got divorced and I moved to Wakefield with my grandparents because my mom did not have a college education. She had no support system whatsoever. My family goes back to 1717 out of Newington. I'm a son of the American Revolution, 9th generation. We've been homeowner taxpayers since 1990 in Rye, New Hampshire. My daughter, my sister, my mom, we all live here. My daughter's a veterinarian in Portsmouth. She's on the New Hampshire Veterinary Board. My grandchildren were born here. So I hope we're done, especially you, being many of you from out of not from New Hampshire, understand that the whole carpetbagger thing's getting a little old. I mean, at what point do we say, you know, we chose to be here because we believe in the live free or die mentality. We want freedoms and rights that other places don't have. So yeah, I had a wonderful experience in Wakefield. Wakefield High School, Tufts University, Boston College Law School, and I joined the National Guard. Many of you young people don't remember it, but after the blizzard of '78, which makes the snow a couple of weeks ago look like nothing. There was 7 feet of snow dropped immediately, and people were dying on the highways, and I said, I want to be like them. And I went and I joined when I was 19. And I was an enlisted man in 11 Bravo until the second lieutenant said, hey, PFC, go get me a coffee. Go get your own fucking coffee. He says, that's insubordination. I said, no, it's abuse of authority. You know, I'm at Tufts University. I know what I'm talking about. And then I said, I gotta be an officer. And I ran. And I went to Northeastern, went through ROTC and became an officer. And I served 39 years, and it was the proudest time of my life, and there's not a day that goes by that I don't think about the men and women that I serve with. You know, the fact that they've given up, all different walks of life, rich, poor, happy, sad, and there's not a day that goes by. The last 4 years of my career, I was at the Pentagon, working for one of the Joint Chiefs as his legal advisor. And have a long history of service, will continue to serve and help people in need. As you recall, I was active. I'm a term limits person, so let's start with that. I was an assessor, selectman, state rep, state senator, United States senator. And during that time as a United States senator, I was on armed services, homeland veterans, and small business. I was the guy that stopped the Democrat supermajority when Kennedy died, because I tried to stop Obama. But what did they do? As reference what Aaron just said, they used reconciliation to ram it through, don't pass go, don't collect $200, so they could actually put this monstrosity in place. And it's the Unaffordable Health Care Act. You all know it. It's out of control. And I will absolutely do everything in my power to make sure that we have better alternatives. I feel that we can do it better in our own state. Now, you people say, oh, Romney Care, you voted for it. Completely different. Cadillac plan all the way down to the fully subsidized Commonwealth care. The ability for people to do a carte blanche, a la carte program to make sure that you can do the things that you want to do, those care and coverages. It was run by our state. It was run by a state that cared about what they were doing, and Obamacare took that away. So just to step back, and I'm going to take questions in a second. I've been married for 39 years. This is on film. Thank you, guys. Can you edit that, please? Just a little bit. I've been married 39 years. I have 2 wonderful children. You may remember Ayla on American Idol and all that stuff, and Gail was at News Center 5 out in the snow in the morning, and Ariana's in Portsmouth. 4 grandchildren. All right. My mom and dad were married and divorced 4 times each. Tremendous amount of violence in my family. I'm a sexual assault survivor, a domestic abuse survivor, and I was arrested at 12 for stealing. I was drinking, driving, and stealing at 12 years old. So when you talk about, oh, he's a silver spoon. No. Chris Pappas and John Sununu are silver spoon babies. They were born on third base and they think they got triples. Okay, that's what you're dealing with. I'm a scrapper, all right? There's no one who's going to tell me to drop out of this race. There's no entity, whether it's AFP out there spending already about $300,000-400,000, or it's the NRSC or the SLF or the ABCD group. I don't give a shit. We got $1 million in the bank. I'm fully staffed. I know how to win races. I've run 21 times. I'm 19-2. I barely lost to Gene Shaheen. as Aaron knows. And you're right, I know about the backroom stuff that was happening. And you know what? I came home after being the ambassador in New Zealand, Cook, Niue, Samoa, and are interested in doctrine. I did trade deals. I dealt with the Christchurch massacre. I dealt with ambassadors from all over the world for almost 4 years, and I represented the president zealously. But I also told him when I gave him my endorsement that I would call balls and strikes. And I would tell him when I thought he was doing something well, and I would tell him and I would speak up if not. And you know, respectfully, he didn't like that. Listen, I don't know how John got the endorsement. I don't really give a shit. I really don't. Because it's just a reflection that these dynasties, the Shaheens, the Sununus, I'm done as well. I'm done. Because no one from DC, no one is going to tell you, especially you folks, how you're going to vote. The people of New Hampshire are going to determine who wins this election. I see the polls. We got our own polling. I'm not stupid. I'm not a glutton for punishment. I know where the votes are. I know how to win a race. I've done it before. I've won special elections before. I've won races when I was down 41 points in Massachusetts and won by 7. So don't tell me that, oh, the polling sucks and you're going to do that. I don't care. I don't care. Because the election is like, what, 194 days away. Since when does a poll matter? Are you thinking about polling right now? I'm thinking about how to heat the house. I'm thinking about why do I have to shovel and use a snowblower again? I'm thinking about, you know, why does my body hurt every day when I get up? You know, I'm thinking about the things that, those kitchen table issues of how we pay for the food. Why is gas going up? Why? That's me, okay? That's what I think about, and I know that's what you think about, because you wouldn't be doing this 3-day extravaganza, an event, or doing the things and joining like you and I were speaking about, because you want a different opportunity. Now, I'm a little glass half full person, maybe, than you. And that's okay, because we agree with more than we disagree. Probably everyone in here. And I'll tell you what, I'll put my credentials up against anybody's. You know, the local office, assessor, selectman, state rep, you know, state senator, U.S. senator. My first bill was making sure that members of Congress couldn't do insider trading. Obama was walking up the dais after the speech. I said, sir, my insider trading ball's ready to pop. Can you help? And they caught him on TV, and he had to do it. And when I left, they weakened it. And those badges of courage who are representing us right now didn't do a thing to stop it. And helping veterans, doing a whole host of things in just 3 years. Yeah, and the machine, the Obama machine, they brought out Elizabeth Warren, and then, you know, the rest is history. I don't care. Because I'm married for 39 years. I have amazing grandchildren. I fortunately have my health. And I live in the greatest state in the country. And respectfully, I still believe we live in the greatest country in the world. And I'm running because I look around at what's happening and I see what's happening. And I have a wonderful, I have a rock band, I coach girls varsity basketball, but I am so concerned that if Chris Pappas becomes our United States Senator for 30 or 40 years, we're going to be in deeper trouble. And I look at it, North Carolina, Michigan, Georgia, Kentucky, Ohio, Iowa, Maine, Texas, and now New Hampshire. I have always felt like Aaron does, that New Hampshire will determine who controls the Senate. There's no doubt in my mind. No doubt. I felt this like when I get on my knees and pray every day, that's in fact what's going to happen. So I'm going to just address one thing. Scott Brown hates guns. Well, really, I should probably tell my wife that, you know, I should just get rid of all my guns and ammunition, okay? Yes, after Sandy Hook, I had a relationship with somebody, a friend whose kid was killed. And I said, maybe you should ban assault weapons. Think about it. Never voted on it as a United States Senator. I apologized. Soon thereafter, I've been on TV, radio for years saying I was wrong. Now, when's the last time you heard a politician or anyone considering running that were wrong? But God forbid, because it's me, you're full of shit. No, I'm not. I had an A rating with the NRA in gold prior to saying that. Then it went down. I'm a member of the NRA, the New Hampshire Firearms Coalition. I'm a member of that. I shoot at the White Birch Armory in Dover all the time. I'm an excellent marksman. The military taught me how to shoot, and I respect the ability for people to carry and bear arms. I was working with Mark Wayne Mullen on the reciprocity issue already, and I'm not even there because I made that pledge to somebody. I see now that some of our people are being arrested going into Massachusetts, Maine, and Vermont. I get it now. I get it. In the middle of a snowstorm, you can't see the signs, oh shit, I'm in Massachusetts. I gotta turn around. So I pledge to you that I'll do that. And I don't know everything about the Second Amendment. I don't. And I don't know, listen, you're my expert. I'm gonna come to you. What you were saying is like, holy shit. You know, happy to work with you. But I'll tell you what, I'm gonna hire a Second Amendment expert on my staff here and in DC to address and guide me on those things. I will never, ever vote for an issue that affects our rights here in New Hampshire. If you want changes, you go through your legislature. I will never do anything to defend the federal government. It's on tape, it's on record. I want to put that to bed right away, okay? On the crypto issue, you know, I support crypto. I didn't know enough about it, but now I'm looking at it and I'm going, oh my God, stable coins, that's what it is? So we'll have a conversation about that. So I'm happy to take questions, so let's go.
As we open up for questions, I'm sure there will be plenty. For the sake of time, I just want to ask everyone to make sure they're questions and to the point, and please no monologues, because we want to make sure everyone has an opportunity. So, welcome to Mark Edge.
Yeah, thank you. In the spirit of that, I will keep it as brief as possible. Free Talk Live, 300 radio stations across the country over time, 20 years, and we endorsed Donald Trump in 2024 because he freed Ross Ulbricht. We're asking for one thing for our endorsement in this coming year, and that's that Ian Freeman be pardoned. I'm sure you heard about it here, and I understand you haven't had a chance to.
Did you do this again? I actually do know a little bit about it. Okay. I didn't come here without doing my homework. You know, obviously, because you know you don't know me and I don't know you. I know some of you, but you don't know me from Adam, and that's why I'm here. So yeah, I did my homework. Listen, obviously, it's up to the president. Yep, sure. And certainly, if in fact I am elected, I'm happy to go and advocate for people who have been screwed by the federal government. Okay. Thank you very much.
I realize that one senator can't make a big difference, but what are some of the administrative agencies that are unconstitutional that you would like to try to get rid of?
Well, I know the Department of Education was always one, and I know Linda McMahon. I supported her, and I think she's doing a wonderful job in that area. I believe that our educational opportunities, we've had a great conversation outside, you know, with our advocates on dealing with, obviously, our education freedom accounts and homeschooling and the whole all the above approach, I think, is really important. Honestly, I haven't thought about agencies to get rid of, but I will say that, you know, being a member of the Armed Services, Homeland, Veterans, and Small Business, I want to be on a committee that enables us to go in and like rip the Band-Aid off and look at all the things that we need to fix and change. And I tried to do that with the post office, and I was there, and we did the deal to try to save and make the post office efficient, and Harry Reid blew it up. So it's going to take it's going to take not just me, I'm only one person, but I am probably like Aaron in many respects, and that I'm a scrapper, I'm an animal. When I see something, I'm going to go fix it. So if you have suggestions in areas where you think we can do better, I'm all ears.
The IRS for one.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here, Senator. I'm a single issue voter. I endorsed Donald Trump as a state rep here because on foreign policy. It's very important to me. I was a United States Marine, had 2 deployments to Iraq. I thought that was a massive disaster. In 2006, this state went from being a reliably red state to solid blue, down ballot, all the way down to the state house. The disastrous war in Iraq cost us that, and now we're considered a blue state outside of there. What is your opinion on the current military conflict in Iran?
So I remember, obviously, when they took over our embassy. I remember when they blew up the Marine barracks. I remember when they used the drones and roadside bombs to kill our people in, obviously, all throughout that region. I've been to Afghanistan, Pakistan, Israel, Dubai, Jordan, Kazakhstan, and understand that region, dealt with ambassadors all over. And you look at what they have been doing, Iran, let's just take it since the overthrow of the Shah. They have been exporting terrorism and fear and supporting their proxies, the Houthis, Hezbollah, and Hamas, since that time. So my question, I guess, back to you is, after everything that's been happening and everything they've done over the last, 40 years, at what point do you just say enough? At what point do you say enough? Because I know what they're doing in that region. The region is not stable, respectfully, because of Iran. They even bomb their allies. There's no respect for the rule of law. There's no respect for women. There's no respect for a whole host of other things. So, and my question and the thing I've been dealing with and asking myself is, at what point do we say enough? Now, do I want to have a long Iraq war and that sort of thing? Absolutely not. But I think that it's appropriate what the president did to go in there and make sure that that bully is not able to export terrorism around the region and the world, and make sure that the neighbors in that region, as a part of the Abraham's Accord right now, Abraham's Accord, can actually expand and bring peace and solidarity and amazing opportunities in that region, because it's a wonderful part of the world. So do I hope it's over? Do I hope it's over tomorrow? Yes. Do I think that there's only so many times that someone's going to kick you in the face and kill and maim your citizens before you stand up and do something? That's my position.
I want to get you with a quick question. How do you feel about dual citizenship, and are you a dual citizen anyway?
Yeah, I'm a dual citizen, yeah. No, I'm not a dual citizen. I don't believe in dual citizenship. I never have.
Sean Dempsey. I'm sorry to say, I think you botched the question on Iran, but I won't. I'll let you give it a chance to redeem yourself. I'll switching the gears. Florida has a recent proposal to end the tax on property. If there was a similar proposal here in New Hampshire, would you support ending property tax in New Hampshire?
Well, first of all, in your first comment, yeah, that's the beauty of America, and that's the beauty of me coming here and no one else is, that we can have a difference of opinion. And having served and been in that region and understanding, I believe the alternative of cajoling and giving them billions and billions of dollars and trying to, just say, oh, it's okay, you'll come along and have them a nuclear weapon. I don't think that's a good thing. I'm sorry, and that's fine. We'll disagree. On the state income tax, yeah. Property taxes, you said. Yeah, sorry. Well, obviously in New Hampshire, no income tax, no sales tax, no bottle bill, carry a gun or not, the interest and dividends tax is gone. According to Jason Osborne, I heard him speak, we live in one of the best state when it comes to taxes in the country. That's number one. Number two, the property tax issue is a local state rep, state senate issue. Do I want to pay higher property taxes? No, I bought my house for $70,000 in 1990. It's worth a lot more, and my taxes have gone up exponentially. I think the question is, am I opposed to paying any property taxes? Of course not. But I want to make sure that our property taxes are used in a proper and appropriate manner and not being wasted. It's like a regulation. Do we want no regulations? Yes. Well, yeah. I know you do, but I believe, I'm not a big regulation guy, but I believe that, a good regulation for an appropriate person could be productive. So when you're looking at the taxes, yeah, you want to get rid of the property tax. What's the alternative?
Freedom.
Freedom from who?
Government.
Yeah, well, when that government, listen, we can debate, and I'm happy to do it, because I only have like 9 minutes left. There are certain parts of our government, respectfully, that I think are appropriate, and there's certain things in the government that I don't agree with.
Scott, thanks for being here. Dan McKnight, I'm the chairman of a veterans organization called Bring Our Troops Home. I'm going to get a two-part question. One, the Defend the Guard legislation would keep the National Guard from being deployed into foreign combat unless Congress has done their job. It passed the New Hampshire House, it died in the Senate, and the next day the New Hampshire Guard was activated to go to Iran. So the question is, do you believe in a congressional declaration of war? And if you do, over 47 years of Iran being hostile actors, Why hasn't Congress, including yourself as a member of the Senate, declared war? Second question, there's been a threat from the federal government that if we pass Defend the Guard, they'll strip hundreds of millions of dollars from the state away from our National Guard as a punishment for passing this and forcing Congress to do the job. You sat on appropriations with military, you've done the planning, the budgeting, all of that. Could the federal government ever strip the state of their National Guard funding for insisting on the government doing their job?
Well, on the second question, I'd have to do some research. As a military JAG, I would have to do the research. I'm not just going to make shit up. Sorry. On the first issue, so I thought a lot about that. I was following that pretty keenly, having been a guardsman for almost 40 years. And I guess my question back to you is, and you probably, you would know this, we have a one Army, one military concept of active duty soldiers. And the Guard and Reserve there is, the Guard and the Reserve are there in the event that there are holes needed for our active duty personnel. So my question back to you, I guess, is, let's say that the active duty components needed a specialist of only one person in the world, but he's a guardsman. They're doing what they're doing right now. So do we not provide that guardsman to go and do his or her duty so that our armed forces on the active component can actually be successful?
In combat?
Yeah. No, right now, in this conflict right now. So you would you deny that person who is the specialist which could determine, let's say hypothetically, since we're into hypotheticals, the outcome of a battle. Because when I make a decision, I look at what I think is the most important thing. How does it affect the mission? How do we affect the mission when we're going into these things? And you're talking about congressional approval. JFK didn't have enough Bay of Pigs. Obama dropped 30,000 rockets and bombs and went after bin Laden. You know, these things have happened. The only last declaration was in World War II.
They were wrong. So, can I answer your question just to sort of make...
Yeah, fire away.
When we change this condition of our nation...
Dan, could you come back to the microphone?
When we change the condition of our nation from peace to war, the entire nation becomes supportive of the organization of the conflict, of the war. So taking that single National Guardsman to win the war is proper. But fighting a war that hasn't been declared, the nation hasn't given our consent. So I would say, declare war, do your job as a senator, and then it's a non-issue.
Well, let me say this. The Constitution allows the president 60 days.
That's not true. It's not true. Show me. I'll challenge you to show me the Constitution. It's not there.
I have a copy right here.
Thanks. If I'm not mistaken, Article 2, Section 2 allows the president to have a 60-day window and then another 30.
Powers resolution.
Thank you, that's what I meant to say, not the Constitution. It's kind of hard to stand up here and be bombarded, so I made a Freudian slip. I apologize, because the War Powers Resolution actually has that authority, and that's what he's relying on. And if you want to make sure that's passed, it's passed for some time now, and I support that opportunity and that resolution at this point.
Okay, but would you declare war? Would you put forward...
Listen, it's very easy to get into a hypothetical. I already gave you my position on this situation, that I support what's happening because of the history with Iran right now. I support what's going on, and I hope it's over very, very quickly, and I believe it will be.
So no declaration of war?
The president has the authority under the War Powers Resolution to do what he's doing. Every president has had that.
As someone who's 22 years old, and the only America they've known is a constant state of perpetual warfare in countries most Americans can't find on a map, why must we be the world police? And when can we say enough is enough, America first, and bring our troops home so they're safe?
Well, actually, I'm glad you said that. Because that's what President Trump did in his first term, and then obviously previous presidents have done it differently.
You almost went to war with Iran his first term.
Hold on, if I could finish, you had your chance. Okay, and the president has been going around the world trying to stop wars. This is really the first conflict that has happened as a result of issues that I pointed out, which is the over 40 years of doing what they're doing. At what point do you say, no, I'm done?
Simple question. You mentioned that you're fully funded for this run. So with your funding that you have for this run, and while you're also representing...
Sorry, could you just get a little closer?
Sorry. You mentioned you're fully funded for this run. I have a simple yes or no question. Either for For this run or while you were in Massachusetts, have you ever accepted any money from APAC? Yes or no?
For this run, no. Previously, yes.
He asked a question.
So my question is, I guess, relative to guns, since you claim now to be in favor of them. So would you support getting rid of the NFA or abolishing the ATF?
First of all, I didn't all of a sudden say I support guns. I've always supported guns, okay, my whole life. I've been shooting since I was 12 years old. I made one statement, which I apologize for, not only privately, but publicly, and I've been very vocal on that, not only here in Massachusetts, but here. So I'm a gun owner, I have plenty of guns, plenty of ammunition, and happy to go shooting with you anytime to see who can shoot maybe a little bit better, okay? So with regard to what your question, your specific question, yeah, listen, any type of government overreach that takes away our Second Amendment rights, it's something I've always supported, is to make sure that we have the ability to, carry and bear arms. And I told you one of the reasons and ways I'm going to address that, very similar to what Senator Bob Smith did, because he had the very same situation, that he didn't understand every single nuance of every single gun amendment or law that may be proposed. He hired somebody on his staff. I'm going to do the same thing. That's the best assurances I can give you, and it's going to be somebody maybe from this room. I'm also looking to hire, if I win, somebody in the Libertarian, somebody from the Free State Project, because there's so many different issues here that affect so many different people. I don't know it all. I'm not a Sununu. I'm not going to avoid you, number one. I'm not a globalist. I'm not in the Epstein files, okay? I guess my question is, he tells great stories. Was that when he was at Davos? Or was it when he was representing the big banks? And where did he meet him and what stories are there? So, I hope
so is that a yes to abolishing the ATF?
Listen, I don't know enough about the pros and cons. It's easy to come up and say you're going to do this and do that. Here's the difference between me and others. I'm not just going to say something to get your vote. I actually read the bills. I read the bills. I read entire Obamacare. I read the whole thing. I see how they affect our state, our country, our debt and deficit and vote. So for you to say, well, how are you going to do this? Put me inside, give me some issues, let me understand them, let me do the research like I did when I came here today to understand what you are fighting for. That's who I am. I'm sorry. If it's not good enough, you got Chris and John. And Aaron, which I would probably vote for you over them, quite honestly.
Hi, my name is Bonnie, and my husband is Ian Freeman, the one in prison. And so I thank you for your commitment to saying that you'll advocate for people wrongly imprisoned by the feds. I really do thank you for that. Another statement, I'd like to say thank you for coming and talking to us at all. And I do a open phones radio show, so I totally understand the concept of, oh, you misspeak and then people can't get to run with that and it's ridiculous. And I don't like all the hypotheticals, all that stuff is just like a little unproductive. So I thank you so much for coming to speak to us. My question is that you said you just barely lost to Jean Shaheen, however you say it. What was something that she did that you would have done totally differently if you had won?
I don't have any time, but Jean Shaheen and I have nothing in common. Okay, our federal delegation is thwarting our New Hampshire advantage. Men and boys and women and girls sports, open borders, sanctuary cities, spending and taxation, more and more regulations, taking away your gun rights. Here's what's going to happen, okay, if we lose the House and Senate. They're going to make Puerto Rico and DC states. They're going to stack the Supreme Court. They're going to have more senators and more congressmen. Then they're going to start chipping away at all your and our rights. That's what's at stake, and that's why I'm running. Yes.
I want to thank you because I lived in Iran 2 years. My son was born there, my daughter conceived there, and I have Iranian friends still. A young Christian couple who lives on my sister's property who escaped to Turkey and then came here. And they are very aware of what's going on. When I came in late, but when you said that you support what Trump has done, I wanted to thank you for that because I've been following Promethean action and I see a whole different, more complete, long-term picture of what's going on and what he's attempting to do. And I'm sometimes scared to say anything like I support Trump because war is so terrible, and people automatically say war, instead of understanding the big picture. So thank you.
Well, thank you for saying that. Yeah, listen, war is never good. Serving is difficult. Only a small percentage of us have ever served. And, you know, I hate to say I want to give them more than a week to figure this out. And there are many Iranians around our country and around the world celebrating their freedom. And I think you, of all people, should know about freedom. That's why you're here in New Hampshire, for freedom. What about the people in Iran who don't have any freedom? At what point do we say, yeah, we can help? So I know you're shaking your head, that's cool, but we'll still, I hope, grab a beer sometime and talk about the Celtics or the Patriots. So thank you very much. I'm getting that hook. So God bless you, God bless America. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Brown, for joining us. We are a spirited and passionate community. We have tangible issues we care very deeply about, and I appreciate you taking the time to speak with us and hear us.
Yeah, one thing, I've already spoken to Eric. I'm happy to do a debate with John Sununu and Aaron. Yes. And if you want to use, and by the way, I don't win without your support. You'll either have Chris Pappas or John Sununu. Aaron, you know, I hope we can join forces. You know, I think it's important. So I'm happy to do a debate right here, anytime. You set it up. That's what we need. You want to talk about issues? I love this shit. So.
And thank you everyone for being here for our U.S. Senate Candidate Forum. We will be breaking until 3 minutes. For 3 minutes. It's a short break. On the main stage, we will be having our conversations on nuclear power and technology. In our dialogue room, we will be having a dialogue that I will be facilitating on whether or not Maine's 2nd Congressional District should break away and join New Hampshire. So you can come join me for that, or come join the conversations here on nuclear energy and tech.
Sure.
We are going to go ahead and get started with our next speaker. So if you could all find a seat, that would be fantastic. All right, so next, for this next panel of sessions, we're going to be diving into a very interesting topic. It gets really dense and really confusing, so I'm really excited to start hearing more about this. Energy has been a really hot topic in New Hampshire, especially as we're seeing such increases in energy costs across the board. So this first conversation we're going to be having is around nuclear energy. So we've got Julia Cartwright, who's an economist whose work specializes in law and economics, political economy, and economic development. Her research and writing covers topics such as the governance structures of crypto markets, economic consequences of judicial interventions in courts in East Africa, the development of the impact of housing regulations, and regulatory barriers to advanced energy technologies, including nuclear power, which she's going to be focusing on here today. So she's got a wide-ranging teaching background, having previously taught various different economics courses. She also is a senior research fellow at the American Institute for Economic Research, where she continues to analyze how regulatory frameworks shape innovation in sectors like energy. So Julia, I'll hand it off to you.
Thank you all very much for being here. A topic I know that is close to the heart of folks from New Hampshire. Help me with, are you guys New Hampshireans? Granite Staters. I used to live in Michigan and it was Michiganders. I thought that was a little funky, but kind of cool. So I'm here to talk about nuclear energy, a topic that just maybe 10 or so years ago would get you booed out of polite society. How do I know this? Because I've been booed out of polite society for advocating for nuclear energy, especially with folks that advocate it on behalf of those who are very environmentally friendly. So I know New Hampshire, it has embraced nuclear since the 90s, something very exciting. And I'm here to talk to you about how to take that to the next level. Who's with me? Woo! Yes, such an active and amazing crowd. Wonderful. If you want to do a whoop here and there, maybe keep heckling at a bare minimum. Hopefully won't be contentious as contentious as the last session, or maybe we will. So we're here to have a good time, to learn and have a good conversation. So please keep your questions. I'm happy to take them at the end. So I want you to picture yourself in Western Pennsylvania in the mid-19th century. You're a farmer and this funky black gook keeps seeping up into your farm. Strange black liquid seeps up, it's pooling on the surface of creeks, it's causing a big problem. It smells horrible, it ruins farmland, it contaminates your drinking water, and you just want it away. This seems like a giant waste that is causing a lot of problems for your farm and causing a lot of problems for both your livestock and your family. And you dub it rock oil. Now, when it appeared on farmland, people oftentimes pooled it to get rid of it because it was causing, as you can imagine, many problems. Farmers would skim it off streams and dump it away like waste, this mysterious brown thick liquid. But few people began to say, hey, maybe this can be useful. Maybe instead of throwing it away, we want to harness it and utilize it. And one of such people was a Yale chemistry professor by the name of Benjamin Shulman Jr. And he said, let's just figure this out right now and see if instead of a waste product, we can harness the power of this funky black liquid and hopefully use it for something substantive. So in 1855, investors said, you know what, we'll go into this crazy project and we want you to figure out if there's any use for this potentially very harmful substance. And so he experimented with this for about 4 months and discovered that this strange black liquid, I feel like you probably know where I'm going with this story, is what we call today is petroleum. If refined, it produced clean burning fuel that could replace whale oil lamps and hopefully be a potential very massive burgeoning energy source. At the time, oil whale powered almost every single lamp, and as whales were becoming more and more scarce, these teams would have to travel much further distances to capture the whales, and that of course drove the price up. Silman concluded that petroleum could be a major new source of energy. He said, I've done the chemistry on this, the math works out, I feel very excited about this new energy. But nobody could produce it at scale, right? You have these little pools kind of irritating farmers all over the place, especially on the East Coast. And so it wasn't quite sure what to do with it. Enter Story Edwin Drake. He was a former railroad conductor, and he said, you know what, I'm gonna see if I can drill for this oil. So in 1859, Drake was hired to drill for oil near Titusville, Pennsylvania, and people thought he was crazy. They're like, what is this guy doing? Not only do we not want this in abundance, we want to get rid of this oil. And they mocked him and called it Drake's folly, right? This drilling task is going to end up as a huge mistake. So why would somebody drill for this, right? We know the end of this story, but he kept drilling. He drilled 69 feet and he struck oil. Now, this first oil well in the US began producing about 25 barrels of oil per day, and within years, these oil wells spread all across Pennsylvania. An entire industry was born and just exploded. From this, we have our entrepreneurs. One of them, I'm sure you're very familiar with, was a young bookkeeper in Cleveland named John D. Rockefeller. Rockefeller realized that petroleum wasn't just a curiosity, and it was the foundation for a new energy system. So he decided to build the infrastructure around harnessing this new energy source. He built transportation networks and showed the world, right? Entrepreneurs are always putting things together, working hand in hand with scientists to truly transform the world into what we use today, right? As we know, of course, petroleum is powering everything under the sun, cars, airplanes, and being really the backbone of global trade. Not only that, but it is the root for plastics. If anyone refers to them as a petroleum product, you know, that's exactly what they're talking about. So in less than a century, something that was considered worthless sludge and even a nuisance and a health risk became a centralized component to the global economy. Now, this propelled the US to dominance in the world. And around this time, in the late 19th century, the United States economy actually eclipsed Great Britain's economy, which was a huge moment at the time. And so we have the United States pursuing petroleum as an infrastructure for their energy capabilities. And Britain was very skeptical of this. They said, hey, we're the birthplace of the Industrial Revolution, but we have this giant coal infrastructure that's very threatened by oil. So they were very surprisingly slow to adopt oil, or perhaps not very surprising if you read a lot of public choice literature. So this was a big factor that put them economically behind and actually retarded quite a bit of their economic growth at the time. They weren't taking advantage of what the United States had discovered. So in the late 19th century, Britain had massive domestic oil industry, massive domestic coal reserves, a powerful coal industry, and railways and factories built around this infrastructure. Because of this, British naval industries and various British leaders were very skeptical of switching to oil, not to mention they didn't want to threaten the already existing infrastructure they had. Oil had to be imported, which they feared would risk a lot of their national security. So for decades, the Royal Navy ran on coal. Meanwhile, us in the United States were just blowing past them. Our economy's booming. We're using oil in everything that we can think of. Coal, of course, had its advantages in Britain. They had an extensive domestic supply. They had a huge infrastructure. They established logistics and politically powerful coal lobby. And it was during the late 19th century that the US economy, as I mentioned, overtook the British economy. The turning point for the Brits came years later, 30 years later, in 1911, when Winston Churchill, the First Lord of the Admiralty at the time, pushed the British Navy to convert to oil. He said, hey, we are being left behind. We need to get up with this new technology. It's faster, had a longer range, and needed fewer crew members. But as you can imagine, Churchill faced massive resistance from the embedded coal industry. They were very threatened by his proposal to embrace oil. And they said, we didn't want to rely on foreign imports. But to solve this, Britain bought a major stake in the Anglo-Persian Oil Company. Today, it's known as BP, British Petroleum, to secure the oil supply. And I start with this story because it lays a lot of the foundation for how we can think about advanced nuclear energy today. And this is a classic case where strategic fear allowed or slowed the adoption of a superior energy source. And this is a theme that's going to continue to come up. This example illustrates a consistent pattern in energy history, how new and emerging technologies are often resisted not because they fail technologically, but because existing institutions and incentives resist this change. This is something I want you to keep in your mind. I want you to think of our heroes and innovators in this story, because this is a story as old as time. The incumbents being threatened, and this is exactly what we see today in our nuclear story. So our energy transitions are not purely technological, they are both political and institutional, and that's what I'm going to chat with you about today regarding our nuclear infrastructure. So we might be standing, as I am teeing this up, to be at a similar moment. Advanced nuclear energy seems scary, it seems dangerous, it seems expensive, it threatens existing systems. I know, of course, New Hampshire has been embracing nuclear since the 1990s, but how can we take this to the next level? How can we embrace the innovation that's on the cusp of advanced nuclear today? So, as we know, energy is the master input of the economy. Energy costs, of course, ripple throughout the economy that impact literally everything we buy, any service that we purchase. And when energy becomes more expensive, everything, of course, flows and follows this. This is why energy freedom and embracing various technologies that provide perhaps more efficiency, more abundance, is essential to our economic project. Reliable and affordable energy is oftentimes said it's synonymous with economic abundance and economic prosperity. So just to give a little recap on where our energy sector is right now, the US remains one of the most energy-rich countries in the world. We are very blessed with many natural resources. So our energy generation mix looks roughly like this. We have natural gas providing about 40% of our national energy. Coal is producing about 16%. Nuclear is producing about 19%. And renewables, a combination of hydropower, solar, and wind, provide about 25% of US energy. Nuclear, as I mentioned, already provides about 1/5 of the American electricity grid. But most of our plants, and the New Hampshire plant was built or became operational in 1990, most of our nuclear plants were built and depend on a technology that generously is 40 to 50 years old. We have not had a lot of innovation on this front. Meanwhile, we've had countries all over the world embracing this new technology and really leading the way on advanced nuclear. So we are at this point, we have abundant energy. What is our incentive to change? Well, we have a lot of demand coming through the pipeline here, and we're going to go into that in just a second, what's driving our national demand. But just to touch base of how New Hampshire is doing, New Hampshire is actually one of the most unusual energy systems in the Northeast. The state has very high electricity prices relative to the rest of the nation, but not necessarily relative to the rest of the Northeast. Heavily dependent on one nuclear plant, which provides almost 50% of the state's energy, limited in state fossil fuel resources, and strong integration with the regional New England grid. But despite its small size, New Hampshire plays an outsized role in regional electricity supply. Electricity, as I mentioned, in New Hampshire, as I'm sure many of you Free Staters know, is quite expensive. The state's average retail electricity price is about 20.6 cents per kilowatt hour, ranking among the highest prices in our 50 states. I believe the highest is Hawaii, for obvious reasons. But just for comparison, we have our United States average at roughly 13 to 14 cents per kilowatt hour. However, Massachusetts and Connecticut have about 25% cents per kilowatt hour for their average energy cost. So New England, as a whole, consistently has some of the highest electricity costs in the country, largely because of fuel supply constraints and infrastructure costs. New Hampshire is expensive, but as I mentioned, slightly cheaper than the rest of the neighboring states. So one of the Northeast has 3 structural disadvantages compared to other regions, and this unlocks some of the clue of why this is expensive relative to other states. So there's 3 main reasons. One is the limited local fossil fuel supply. New England has very little oil, gas, or coal production, and states, of course, as you know, are heavily reliant on imported natural gas, imported electricity, imported petroleum products, and New Hampshire itself has little to no fossil fuel resources. The second is pipeline constraints. Natural gas is the dominant electricity fuel in New England, producing about 54% of the region's electricity. But the region has a limited pipeline capacity. And of course, as we know, during cold winters, natural gas must compete between home heating and electricity generation. And the third is transmission constraints. Electricity prices also reflect the cost of building transmission lines, upgrading aging grid infrastructure, meeting policy mandates, and these costs are particularly high in densely populated northeastern states. With regards to New Hampshire's energy mix, I've mentioned this a bit, but New Hampshire's energy mix is dominated by nuclear. Current generation mix looks roughly like nuclear is 56% of the state's generation, natural gas is 25%, hydropower is about 9%, biomass is about 5%, and wind, solar, and coal have small shares. This is very unusual for the region, as we mentioned, and most states in New England rely much more heavily on natural gas. So why is New Hampshire poised for advanced nuclear technology? Well, a lot is in the answer of the Seabrook nuclear plant. As I mentioned, it is coming on the scene in 1990, and this is the largest power plant in New Hampshire and the largest nuclear plant in New England. It generates roughly 40 to 56% of all electricity in the state and provides electricity to nearly 1 million homes across the region. Seabrook alone provides about 8% of the entire New England power supply, and it exports quite a bit of electricity to neighboring states. New Hampshire's heavy reliance on nuclear power provides several advantages. One being stable electricity supply, 2 is price stability, and 3 is grid reliability. So nuclear is able to combat some of these existing issues that New Hampshire has. But a big risk is that there isn't a lot of dependency on that one facility. Because Seabrook supplies a large share of the electricity, the entire state's energy system depends heavily on that single plant. So New Hampshire is a great encapsulation of an illustration of a broader truth about energy policy, where we know, of course, regions that maintain diverse energy portfolios tend to have a lot more stable electricity systems. And so the question is, how can we, as Free Staters, I live in Texas, I'm just saying this is the royal we, if you will. I feel like I'm a Free Stater after being here for a few days. If you'll have me, I'm Free State adjacent. Texas is pretty great. So we have 3 major forces. So we have this situation in the US, we have relatively abundant electricity. New Hampshire is looking relatively well positioned. However, it does have a lot of dependence on the Seabrook nuclear, which positions itself to be perhaps on the forefront of nuclear energy. And we see just absolutely surging demand all across the country, driven by 3 main sources. So the first is artificial intelligence. Who has heard about this, right? Artificial intelligence is driving energy prices up. In some rural areas, electricity prices have gone up 200 to 300% if they're adjacent to a data center. So this is a massive concern for folks all over the nation, but specifically those in small towns adjacent to these data centers. And the Trump administration has even come out and said, hey, data centers, you need to be paying for this, and we don't want to see electricity prices be offset to the local economies. As good as that sounds, that's not how economics works. So this will have an impact on these communities around these data centers. So just to give you some statistics, data centers already consume about 4 to 5% of US electricity, and it's projected that data centers could reach as much as 10% of electricity demand within the next decade. So doubling electricity demand, and we have major tech firms are already securing power contracts just to feed their data centers and AI infrastructure. Also, increased electrification is driving a lot of this demand. Increase in electric vehicles, electric heating, electrical industrial processes is driving a lot of this demand. And third, of course, which we have felt quite a bit over the past week, is geopolitics. We've seen on average gas prices increase about 40 cents the past week, from $3 to about $3.40 because of what's happening in the Middle East. The Strait of Hormuz, just south of Iran, which Iran has just for all intents and purposes closed, right? Not physically closed it, but made it so perilous to cross, which supplies the rest of the world with about 20% of its energy. Now, yes, we have a lot of energy here in the United States, but oil prices are subject to global markets, and there currently are over 300 vessels stuck in the Gulf. what are all the other Gulf states doing with regards to their production? They're halting it because they cannot export all of this oil. So I'm sure as you have heard on the news, this is becoming an increasing problem. And the question is, how long is this going to last? The longer this conflict lasts, the more likely prices are going to creep up and up and up. A big problem with why these tankers don't want to go through the Strait of Hormuz is because it's dangerous. And insurance companies have pulled funding. Now, the Trump administration has tried to come in and say, we will provide subsidized insurance, which could encourage some tankers in the gray zone, which basically says the only reason I wasn't going through here was because we're not insured. But you have to convince the tanker crews to say, you know, we are willing to go through, even with an escort through this strait. And it's found that a lot of these naval escorts actually attract more attention than they're trying to deflect. So we are faced with a crisis potentially of 20% of the Earth's oil supply. This is most likely hitting India and China, the largest. Many of those Asian nations depend much more heavily than we do on imported oil. So we have energy security, of course, is a key element to our national security in the US. And the US, so energy developers have been trying to figure out this issue to meet this demand. And, but before anybody can actually push any type of nuclear through and have it come to fruition and come on the grid, is they have to battle what's called an interconnection queue. And currently, as we speak, there are over 2,000 gigawatts of generation capacity that are sitting in interconnection queues across the country, which, if we want to put this in just more reliable terms, this is the equivalent of about 960 Hoover dams worth of electricity that are just sitting online waiting to be developed. So interconnection is a massive barrier to actually getting energy through the grid. Many of these are just stuck in bureaucratic and red tape limbo, sadly. And this brings us to nuclear power. Nuclear power offers several advantages. It's extremely high efficient, it has zero carbon emissions, it's stable long-term electricity costs, and it has very reliable baseload power. Most of this energy depends on technology from 40 to 50 years ago. So what are we doing now? Many of you, I'm sure, have heard of small modular reactors, and these are looked at as the next step to reliable nuclear. The only two functioning small modular reactors are in China and in Russia. So they are ahead of us, if you will, in this space. And the Trump administration has said we would like to have at least 3, hopefully 4 small modular reactors up and running by the 4th of July. Now, none of them, as far as I know, have even broken ground. So the probability of that happening in the next few months is basically 0. How does this technology get unleashed? Small modular reactors primarily depend on uranium and plutonium. The vast majority of the proposed designs are actually uranium focused. And NuScale Power holds the only NRC approved design, though their flagship Utah project was canceled in 2023 due to high costs. Major tech firms like Amazon and Google are partnering with SMR companies, but none of them has yet to actually break ground and provide power for people in the United States. Current SMR designs depend mostly, as I mentioned, on enriched uranium, which the majority of enriched uranium comes through Russia. So if we're building these small modular reactors on enriched uranium, the supply chain of that has been pinched quite a bit because of the war in Russia and Ukraine. So we are sitting on this issue. We have a lot of red tape preventing these from actually getting built. We also have an incredible potential, but there are quite a few issues with bringing these actually online. Plus, the uranium component of this is becoming more and more prohibitively expensive. Now, this brings us to an element you may or may not have heard of called thorium, and it's actually named after the god Thor, kind of cool. And to understand thorium, which is one of the main 3 elements used in nuclear energy production, we have to go back to the Manhattan Project. And during World War II, the United States was faced with providing a nuclear bomb before Germany came up with one. And they found that both uranium and plutonium were much more efficient in having a huge explosion. Little Boy was uranium powered, and Fat Man was plutonium powered, and these were the two bombs that we dropped on Japan in the end of World War II. Now, what happened? We had this political inertia going on where we say we have these three tracks, thorium, uranium, and plutonium, but we're actually just going to pursue these two because we are coupling our nuclear energy also with nuclear weaponry. So thorium is basically sidelined. Now, thorium does not provide the biggest bang, but it does provide the most efficient nuclear energy. Thorium is more abundant. It's 3 to 4 times more abundant than uranium. It's much more abundant than plutonium. It's cleaner. It is relatively more available. Thorium is a byproduct of rare earth mineral mining. This is so abundant that China actually found a thorium reserve in the Gobi Desert that, if coupled with the key to thorium, which is uranium-233, can power China for the next 60,000 years. So this is an incredibly abundant element that is just becoming more important to harness because China has taken this technology and run with it. Our nuclear power right now is saddled, again, by these two tracks. We are on the plutonium and uranium track, and the thorium track has been sidelined. Now, thorium, as I mentioned, it has a friend, uranium-233. And in the aftermath of the Manhattan Project, the scientists had the wherewithal to stockpile this element, which it does not appear naturally. It is not abundant naturally. So scientists stockpiled this, and we actually have the largest uranium-233 stockpile in the United States, and it's in Oak Ridge National Laboratory in Tennessee. And it is currently, as we are speaking, the Department of Energy's policy to continue to downblend this, which means destroy it. Why is this happening? It's happening because, as I mentioned, our little track of nuclear power generation had been sidelined because our nuclear energy is so dependent on uranium and plutonium. That's where the government wants to put a lot of research. That's where the government wants to put a lot of money. So we have quite a bit of an issue here. The United States, in its abundant wisdom, shared this technology with China in 2011, and China has taken it and run with it, and they powered, just in 2015, the first thorium-powered molten salt nuclear reactor, and they're planning to put it in submarines, and they're planning to put it in aircraft carriers, not to mention power plants just sitting on the ground, much safer in China. Now, what they lack is an abundant resource of uranium-233, which they would love to get our hands on, and they are just scratching their heads and sadly laughing at the United States for its policy of downblending uranium-233. So the US came up with this amazing technology of utilizing thorium for molten salt nuclear reactors. Now, just by a show of hands, who has heard of nuclear meltdown? Very scary, right? The amazing thing about molten salt thorium-powered nuclear reactors is that there is no meltdown risk. One of my favorite lines, these are not your grandmother's nuclear reactors. This is a brand new technology that has these shut-off valves in place that says that this cannot take place. So we possess the largest stockpile. Our current administration is downblending it and has been doing so since the 60s. Now, I have a little call to action here for New Hampshire, which is New Hampshire could lead the way on thorium-powered nuclear research. And there has been a blueprint put in place by Alabama actually in 2022, and this legislation went nowhere, but it's this incredible blueprint for any state, hopefully a state senator that wants to take this on the national level and get this passed. But this Senate Bill 4242, the Thorium Energy Security Act, says first and foremost, we must stop the downblending of uranium-233. This is arguably one of the most valuable resources on planet Earth, and the United States Department of Energy is currently, as we speak, in the process of downblending and destroying this. Remember, U-233 is essential for unlocking thorium nuclear energy, the more abundant, safer, cleaner energy that the technology we decided to give to China instead of utilizing it ourselves. This bill also focuses on, instead of downblending it, is preserving those stockpiles, and also has elements in it that encourage thorium research in the United States. Now, New Hampshire has a very strong and favorable nuclear foundation. It could, and I know this room is full of incredible folks who are very serious about making change. Like, if any state just wanted to blow the doors off of economic production of every other state, not that it's a competition, but every other state in the union, pursuing thorium-powered nuclear research and also attracting the thorium researchers to New Hampshire would be a, dare I use the phrase, absolute game changer. So we have Seabrook here in New Hampshire, already friendly to nuclear, which creates an opportunity to lead when it comes to advanced nuclear generation. Be open for small modular nuclear reactors, whether they be powered by uranium or plutonium, and be open for molten salt reactors that are powered by thorium. This is going to take, and I know many of you are very focused on statewide politics, which is amazing. This is going to take somewhat of a lift on the national level, but putting all these pieces together, the Trump administration, one thing that it's doing okay on is being favorable to nuclear power. The Trump administration signed an executive order last year and opened the doors for more plutonium nuclear energy. This is a very favorable moment for nuclear energy. Kathy Hochul in New York. When is the last time that you heard of a Democrat wanting nuclear power in their state? Hasn't happened in a while. So this is an incredible moment for New Hampshire to lead the way on this. I very much appreciate your time and hope you learned something. And I don't think we have any time for questions.
Maybe one quick one.
Okay, if we have one quick question. Thank you.
Okay, reactors are going to take a while. We'll look at Keith's talk about what's the art of the possible there. As an economist, should we be pursuing one of these two things or something else? The problem is, as I understand it, natural gas pipelines get to New York and don't get up into New England. That would be fighting in the federal courts where they're just making it tough for New England. The second thing is the Jones Act, which is federal, means we are shipping natural gas to Europe instead of to Portsmouth. Which of those two should be the bigger fight in the near term?
I would say dismantling the Jones Act, because that touches more than just energy production and shipping in the US nationwide. Great question. Thank you all very much.
All right, thank you very much, Julia. I think I at least learned a lot about nuclear that I didn't know about, and now we even have a mission moving forward. We have some action items that hopefully somebody here takes advantage of. So we're gonna roll right into our next talk here. We've got Representative Keith Ammon, who is a Republican member of the New Hampshire House. I believe he is the majority floor leader for the New Hampshire House, but he's really led the way on a substantial amount of great legislation in the energy space, in the AI space, in the crypto space here in New Hampshire, and he's responsible for a lot of these fantastic bills getting passed here. So today he's going to be covering several different topics here. So we're going to be talking about the sovereign stack, which is energy, computing, and sound money as state policy. So I will go ahead and let him come on up. Thank you very much, Representative Ammon.
Thank you for the applause. How are you guys enjoying Liberty Forum so far? So I have prepared remarks, but I'll probably just wing it because that's what usually happens. So I wanted to, this is the first time I'm really expressing this concept in public. So you're going to be my sounding board. So I'm calling it the sovereign stack. So sovereignty is the ability to self-govern, right? In the old days, the king was sovereign and the peasants had to do whatever he or she said, mostly he and the kings. But the American ideal is that we're all individually sovereign, we self-govern, right? And sovereignty comes from the people. So how do we protect and enhance the people of New Hampshire's sovereignty? And I think we're at a moment in history where some things are becoming pretty obvious. And we talked a lot about energy in the last talk. And I usually say this, and I'm sure you'll understand, if you unplug your computer, it doesn't compute. Right? It's pretty simple. Computers need energy. A little bit about me. I'm a software developer. I'm an early Bitcoin enthusiast. I credit this event back in 2011. 2011, it was at a different location. That's how I discovered Bitcoin, and being a software developer and interested in sound money. I was always interested in sound money. Creature from Jekyll Island is a great book. I read that when I was in my early 20s. So I was sort of, my brain was sort of fertile for the ideas, okay? I'm in my 5th term in the House, and I work in the majority office with Leader Osborne. I'm the majority floor leader. I do the best I can, because it's a little bit chaotic, the floor planning to make sure things go smooth when we go to the floor. And we'll get into some of the bills. So I'll get into those slides here. I push the green button?
Yes, big green button.
All right. So let's go to the next slide. That's me, push the button. All right. So we passed legislation around DAOs. I'm going to take this mic off here. I got to get in the groove here with this talk. We passed legislation that has to do with DAOs, and I just want to touch on this briefly. A DAO is a decentralized autonomous organization, decentralized autonomous organization. It's basically a new corporate structure that allows a corporation to be governed on the blockchain. That's a really big topic. I'm just going to touch on it briefly. So we have a DAO, we have a new legal personhood category for DAOs. I'll talk more about that if you want in the hallway. We did something significant last year. We passed House Bill 302. We're the first state to pass, and that should be in quotes, strategic Bitcoin reserve. It also includes the ability for the treasurer to purchase gold and silver. So there's a sound money component to that. And then because 302 got passed, we have this new idea, the Business Finance Authority, which is a creation of the legislature, is issuing Bitcoin-backed bonds. It's not really a municipal bond, but it's called a conduit bond. That's another big topic. But Bitcoin is becoming collateral for big finance, okay? So I want to emphasize the point, we don't just talk in New Hampshire, we ship policy. So we're not here to make a big splash in the news, we're here to get policy across the finish line and keep advancing. All right. Sovereignty, we touched on, starts with privacy. It comes from the people, not the government, right? In 2018, New Hampshire voters ratified Article 2B, which is the text is on the screen there, that we have an individual right to privacy. So underlying all this, we have to maintain that privacy. It's the foundation of the sovereign stack. So there's 3 layers. There's energy, there's compute, and there's sound money, okay? So energy, compute, and sound money. And if you don't control all 3, someone else is going to control you, right? So layer 1, energy. And I'm sorry I'm turning my back to the audience. I should have realized that it was going to be behind me. We touched on it earlier in the previous talk that we pay, the number I looked at was around 40% higher than average for electricity. And some of the reason, there's geographic reasons, some of the reasons we're tied to the hip with 5 other states in ISO New England, which is a regional monopoly, you could kind of call it. And we never really voted to join it. So they prioritize legacy infrastructure, and they kind of punish innovation. And the worst of it is the 5 other states that are in it with us is Vermont, Maine, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut. Their policies on energy are just crazy. and so electrons they don't observe state borders. Electrons are in one big giant pool on the grid, right? So what they do in those 5 other states, it makes it harder for us to have good policy because we're kind of pulled down by those other states. And then we talked about advanced nuclear. I'm not going to get too much into this. I led a study commission in 2022 on advanced nuclear. We had a lot of the manufacturers come and testify to us. There's a big report online. It's nuclearnh.energy is the URL if you want to go find it. But small modular reactors, they're up to about 300 megawatts. They're factory built for a fraction of the cost. And one analogy that we heard over and over again in that commission was, it's like building airplanes versus building airports. And if you think about it, an airport is a big, giant, capital-intensive project, one of a kind. Every airport's different. So the cost overruns, the planning, the contractor's experience, and all those things are difficult. These new reactors are going to come out of a factory like an airplane comes out of a factory. So you think about the airplane being assembled, there's quality assurance, you know what you're going to get when it comes out of the factory. So that's a great analogy to start thinking about. And then we have something called a microreactor, which is up to about 20 megawatts. And they can fit in like a shipping container and be delivered. And they can go for years without refueling. So we had Governor Ayotte in her State of the State address. She gave a strong directive to the Department of Energy of New Hampshire to focus on advanced nuclear. And one of the things we did, and I think this idea actually came out of the Science, Tech, and Energy Committee, we had this Office of Offshore Wind, and offshore wind is deader than a dodo. But we turned it into the Office of Energy Innovation, and there's a man named Tom Barrasso who's in that position, and he is kicking butt. I mean, he is probably the most entrepreneurial person in state government, focused on advanced nuclear. And we chat, and he chats with legislators on a regular basis. And I heard a rumor, but I don't know if it's true, that there might be an executive order coming on advanced nuclear, but we'll see if that happens. A couple of bills, HB 221 was Michael Harrington's bill, and then Senate Bill 447, that's a bill that came out of the Senate. Senator O'Barr sponsored that. We're enabling utilities to own their own advanced nuclear up until, I think it's 5 megawatts. So it's the microreactor size. And they've been able to do that with solar and I think wind. That's been in place for a while. So we're adding advanced nuclear to that. So we'll see if there's movement on that. There's a company in Manchester called StarCube. It's a startup, if you remember Dyn, that got sold to Oracle. Jeremy Hitchcock started a company called StarCube that is the microreactor. So we have in-state interest in that. Islanded microgrids. So to attach your generation to the grid, there's a lot of things you have to go through ISO New England and a whole bunch of other rules and regulations. But if you could create your own microgrid with generation and consumption, maybe some, here's another analogy I didn't put on the slide. This comes from one of the presenters to the Nuclear Commission. He said, 200 years ago or 150 years ago around New England, water power was the central theme. And so, and you still see it today. A lot of the towns in New England and New Hampshire came about because they put a hydropower dam. And back in the day, it was turning axles and pulleys and belts to power it, not necessarily generating electricity. But you might see the same thing happen again with advanced nuclear, that you'll have, towns have their own generation, or maybe if you put it in the North Country, you might have some industry develop around it, right? So that's kind of a neat idea. But islanded means you disconnect from the grid and you can operate autonomously. So microreactor plus an islanded grid equals energy sovereignty. And no dependency, no kill switch, no middleman. So a bill that got national attention is House Bill 672, and Michael Vose is the sponsor, he's with us today. That allows for islanded microgrids. So that's a really cool piece of legislation. I was a co-sponsor, and I got calls from people in California saying like, hey, come to our conference and tell us about this. So that was neat. So decentralized energy. Centralized mode, we get few large plants, monopoly transmission, single point of failure, decentralized, thousands of node producing independency. So those are the benefits of decentralized energy. And there's ways to have this be smartly decentralized, where it talks to each other. The different consumers, it's called a prosumer, producer and consumer. So here's a list of energy bills this season. I mentioned a couple of them. If you want to go look those up, and there's more that I left out. All right, layer 2, compute. So compute, we hear that data is the new oil. Well, we're advancing beyond this. Data is the new oil, but there's a new kind of data. It's computed intelligence. Computed intelligence. And that's the phase that we're in. It's going to be a big deal. You need a lot of energy to make it work, at least in the current state. And states that control compute, they're going to dominate, right? Texas is going to dominate. Like Wyoming, states that are energy rich are going to dominate. The states that don't, will have to rent it from someone else, right? And this applies to countries as well, right? So the right to compute. This is my bill 1124. It's computational freedom as a constitutional principle. It's coming out of House Commerce on the consent calendar. I imagine somebody's going to pop up and there'll be some opposition at some point, but we'll have to get that through the Senate next. Our position is that it shall not be infringed. You can go listen to the testimony. I had my AI agent, I call him Lando, and he testified. He was the first AI agent to testify ever. A little bit of showmanship there, but that was fun. And Lando helped me with these slides here, just to full disclosure. All right, the data center fight. The right to compute bill is to put up a bulwark against all this crazy anti-data center stuff that's coming up. There's a lot of groups that are all up in arms, they're imagining some dystopian future. I take the opposite position. So like, this is for instance, House Bill 1265 would ban data centers in the state. It's gonna go down in flames, but they're at least trying. We argue for computational sovereignty while others want to ban the infrastructure. So it's the old world trying to prevent the new world from happening. Sovereignty of code, okay? There's something called the Granite Act that we want to try to introduce, maybe by the end of this session, but we don't know for sure. But it prevents foreign governments like Europe or Australia from suing United States companies for crossing their speech laws, right? That's a really big deal. It's getting bigger. If we're the first state to do that, it's called the Granite Act for a reason. It was hatched here in the Granite State by Preston Byrne, if you guys know Preston, who's an attorney and he's in this space. And it's an acronym, I can't remember what it stands for, but it's the Granite Act. If New Hampshire does that, it'll put us on the map for being open to compute. So foreign adversaries cannot use New Hampshire courts for censorship. Code of speech, New Hampshire will protect it. All right, agentic AI needs crypto. The nerds in the room will understand this one. Agentic AI is autonomous agents that act on your behalf, and they need to pay for things. So here's what's happening right now. Every endpoint exposed on the internet is going to be slammed by, probably millions of these things all the time. It's like spam, kind of. And there happens to be in the hypertext transfer protocol, this number 402 was put there in the late 90s, and it said reserved for future use. This is going to be the way that a lot of the internet operates in the future. This 402 protocol. And it allows AI agents to pay for their access in micropayments, thousands, super fractions of a cent. Crypto is going to be the payment route for these micropayments. That might sound a little foreign and bizarre, but I promise you, as the years wind on, that's going to be a huge deal. And it might even be a way for the state to generate some revenue if we want that for the state. All right, so we need liberty-aligned tech. So we have Palantir, we have Anduril. They're trying to take over the world with AI, right? We need our own version of that in New Hampshire. We can't outsource it. So we have to start thinking about this. This is going to be a super big deal. And New Hampshire should be where Liberty Tech gets built. So every activist should master AI. So by a show of hands, how many have used AI today to do something? All right, I'm looking at about maybe 50%. So if I ask that number next year, it should be 100%. Right, so, and, you know, there's Anthropic, there's, which is the Claude product. And then you have OpenAI's product, there's a lot out there. There's a great platform called Venice. It was started by Eric Voorhees, who was in the state, in New Hampshire for a while. I think he might be in Colorado now. So Venice.ai is a great platform, and the cool thing about it is it's private. And if you want to know more about that, there's a way to stake a crypto coin called Diem on that platform, and you get basically free compute for your API. So if you're running OpenClaw, which is what Lando is, he's an OpenClaw instance, you can hook your OpenClaw up to Venice through the API, and if you stake this coin, you can basically get free private compute through Venice. That's a little aside there. We can use AI to do all kinds of things to advance liberty in New Hampshire. We can draft testimony, analyze amendments, track votes. The side in New Hampshire that masters AI in the legislature is going to win. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? It's not optional. Is there anyone here from the NHLA in the room? So I'd like to give NHLA a challenge. We have to wait every year to file a bill and to put it through this legislature. Every bill in committee can be amended in committee. And so if the NHLA were to use AI to figure out how to make that bill a little bit more liberty friendly while it's in committee, we could accelerate our change, like on orders of magnitude.
That's a great idea.
So think on that. All right, sound money. So there's a definition at the top. It's basically honest money. I talked a little bit about how crypto is going to be used for payments. House Bill 639 is one of my bills. It's on consent in the Senate. It took me a year and a half to get that across the finish line. I think that's going to become law. And then New Hampshire Blockchain Council, putting on a different hat. I'm the chair of the New Hampshire Blockchain Council. And we're focused on state policy. We have some of the members of the room. We have Calvin in the back, he's our secretary. And Richard, if I missed anybody, I'm sorry. But we have really good people on that council. Decentralized AI, I have 20 seconds left. Decentralized AI is also a very big thing, and we need to learn more about it. There's a GitHub page at the bottom that has a lot of resources on it. Go there and look at it. I can give it to you later if you don't have it. AGI is a huge thing. Super intelligence is coming. It's artificial general intelligence. It can be smarter than all the people that ever lived put together times 1,000, right? So we have to start thinking about how that affects our sovereignty and how we can maybe utilize it, get ahead of it. I'm skipping because I'm running over time here. Advancing liberty equals advancing prosperity. So that's really where we're trying to take to the benefit of everyone in the state. Sovereignty is not given, it is built. All right, so that's my talk. Just a little bit.
If you have questions for Keith, hold on to those questions because he is going to be part of our panel that we are just going to set up for right now really quick. So give us probably 2 minutes and we'll be ready to start. All right, setup didn't take long at all. Thanks for hanging with us here. So I didn't introduce myself before, but for anybody I don't know, my name is Sarah Scott, and I'm the Deputy State Director for Americans for Prosperity here in New Hampshire. And I get the privilege of moderating the next panel we have here. So we've got Representative Keith Anderson, who you just heard from. Then we've also got Representative Michael Vose. These two legislators are really the energy guys and the technology guys when it comes to the New Hampshire House. A lot of the new and emerging legislation that we've passed has been thanks to them leading the way on a lot of this. I know Representative Vose in particular knows way more about energy policy in the state than probably anybody else. So for this next panel, I really wanted to dive into the conversation of if New Hampshire wants to really be a future-free state, what does it take to power that future? So we've heard from the previous talks that obviously energy costs in New England overall are high, and this is one of the primary concerns you hear from people. If we do a poll of voters in the state looking at top concerns that they have, consistently over the last 5 or so years, we've seen energy towards the top of that list. This is also something that businesses cite often when we ask them about moving into the state. One of those big concerns they have is the cost of energy. So the tough thing about this energy conversation is there's really not one answer. For some of these problems we face in New Hampshire, there's one bill we have to pass or one thing we have to change, and then we've solved the issue. When it comes to energy overall, this is something that's going to take a lot of time, and unfortunately it's also something that's going to require a lot of participation from our neighboring states. So we've heard in the first panel about the states around us are really making some terrible energy policy decisions, and we'll kind of discuss a little bit more of why that impacts us here in New Hampshire too. But because of that, we can make some changes here in the state, but some of that we're also going to have to either separate ourselves from those other New England states or find a way to get them to change their policies, because right now it's really impacting a lot of our high costs that we have. So just to start off here, I wanted to start broad and ask you both, when you think about powering a future-free state, what does that actually mean in practical terms? What would success look like for New Hampshire's energy system 10 or maybe 20 years from now?
Well, thanks for the invitation to talk to you guys here this afternoon. I always enjoy these opportunities. The answer to that question is obviously very complex. We're in the middle right now of a huge experiment that started about 25 years ago when we restructured our energy market, our energy sector. Prior to that, utilities owned generation, and they were responsible for making sure that we had enough electricity. But 25 years ago, somebody came up with what they thought was a better idea. What if we took generation away from the utilities and opened it up to free market forces, competition? Would that lower the cost of energy? Well, guess what? It did. The wholesale cost of energy has gone down in the 25 years since we began that experiment. However, the overall cost of energy has gone up. And the reason for that is when you take the generation away from the utilities, what they're left with as the only way they can make money is by building infrastructure, transmission infrastructure, distribution infrastructure. Transmission is the high voltage highway for electricity. Distribution is the low voltage, get it to my house pathway for electricity. So this experiment began 25 years ago, has forced utilities or incentivized utilities to build more and more transmission and distribution and to increase or harden the structure of that infrastructure. So they put up more poles, they buy better poles, they put up steel poles instead of wooden poles, they buy better wire to transmit the electricity along. And all those costs they pass along to us. And they are guaranteed a return on the equity of all that infrastructure. So as a result, we're now in a position where we're paying more for electricity, even though the cost of to make the electricity has gone down. So to answer Sarah's question, pardon me for the long-winded explanation about how we got here, but to answer Sarah's question, one of the ways we could lower our costs again is to return to a vertically integrated market where we allow utilities to build generation and own generation and make a little bit of money off that generation in return for their promise that that power would always be there. And we would de-incentivize them from overbuilding the infrastructure to get that power to us.
Representative Ammon, I'll let you go too. So when you think about powering a future free state, what does that mean? What does success look like 10 to 20 years from now in New Hampshire?
I mean, I agree with everything Michael just said. Representative Vos is a ninja when it comes to amending bills in committee. I've seen his magical moves. I think it looks like we're independent. I don't know if that's possible in the near term, but I think we need to go the route that Texas is. Texas has their own grid. I think with technology enabling the regulation of that grid, I think it's possible in the near future, technologically, but politically, I'm not sure. There's a study commission set up to establish that. And then if we're our own grid, then lots of things are possible. And the ultimate success is that people pay less for their electricity, but the magic measure is prosperity. Is New Hampshire a prosperous state like Dubai prosperous? That to me is like the standard of living, the quality of living for the citizens.
So one of the things I want to dive into now, we've talked a lot about disconnecting from the grid or being connected to these New England states around us. So for those of us in the room that are not energy policy wonks, can you break down a little bit about what is ISO New England? Why are we connected to the policies that are occurring in states like Maine or Massachusetts or Vermont? What does that mean for us, and why is it important that we talk about disconnecting from that grid and coming to a situation like in Texas?
So it's a matter of centralization versus decentralization, as Keith just mentioned. If we want to achieve some kind of independence, then we have to be more decentralized, not more and more centralized, the way we are under ISO New England. We passed House Bill 690 earlier this year to require the Department of Energy to conduct a study and investigation as to what it would cost to withdraw New Hampshire from ISO New England. Or if that turns out not to be possible, what else could we do to make ourselves more independent, less dependent on the ISO New England grid? It's going to take a year for us to get the answers from that study, but I think it's pretty clear that one of the things we need to do is to separate ourselves to some degree from what is happening in ISO New England. As I mentioned earlier, this experiment that we're undertaking to make us a more centralized grid has had the negative effect, the unwanted consequence of making the policies that are passed in Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, wherever, have an effect on the cost of energy here in New Hampshire. most important or most expensive component of energy costs in those other states is public policy. Subsidies that government requires us to give to green energy companies and energy efficiency initiatives, all of which sound good, but turn out to be extremely expensive. And I believe stifle innovation, because if you're giving subsidies to somebody to build X, then they're never going to go out and figure out how to build Y and Z, because they're being subsidized to build X. So there is work on this front, but there's a lot of work left to do here yet.
You know, this gets into some of those conversations that make it so difficult for us to pass one single bill at the state legislature. And like you mentioned, the commission, that we're going to be looking at studying this issue. When it comes to things that we can actually change policy-wise in New Hampshire, there are a lot of other things that, you know, have gone into increasing the price of electricity here. From a policy perspective, what are some of the other drivers of high electricity costs that we would be able to address here in New Hampshire?
I'll just start with, if you think about transmission, the closer you can get the generation to the consumption, you have less transmission. So every foot or meter of wire that electricity has to go through, you lose some to heat and magnetic fields and other things. So decentralized approach where the generation is closer to the consumption would reduce some of that. But that takes like an evolution of the grid. That would be one thing that sticks out.
And that's absolutely right, and that's part of the promise of advanced modular nuclear reactors. Imagine if there are 234 towns in New Hampshire. Imagine if every town had its own small modular reactor that powered the town. We need to figure out how to make that happen. We need to figure out how to restructure our regulatory landscape so that that can happen. Because as Keith points out, if the reactor is in your town, the wires that get it to your house don't have to go that far. And you can reduce the cost of getting the power to where it needs to be. And that small modular reactor can probably generate that power at a lower cost as well.
So staying on the topic of nuclear here, I'm going to ask the question that I'm sure people in the audience are going to come up and ask also later. When it comes to electricity in New Hampshire, and nuclear in particular, people's first question is always, can we build another Seabrook? Is that a viable alternative to lowering energy costs? What if we just build another Seabrook and we can, you know, create more nuclear energy? Is that something that you see as a realistic, viable option for lowering energy costs in New Hampshire? And if not, why not?
Well, so everybody says there's a second pad site at Seabrook and nothing was built, we should put it there. And that's true, I agree with it. Modular reactors, you can start small, and you can, it's like a 6-pack of beer. You can put one can there, and you can build out as needed, right? So the barrier to starting the project is much lower now than it used to be. Another interesting fact, the slightly used nuclear fuel that has been coming out of Seabrook every 18 months or so, they have to change the board. It goes into these giant cement casks. I think they even make the casks right on the site. And there's about 500 years of energy in those casks that can power New Hampshire for 500 years. So there are new types of reactors that can use that slightly used nuclear fuel and potentially reprocess it. So there's a lot of options opening up in the near future, and my position is we should get ready to advance the best of them.
And Seabrook probably is the place to start because it's already hardened for nuclear activity. But as I mentioned a moment ago, the ideal should be to put a small modular reactor in every town in New Hampshire.
So going back to SMRs, because I think this is really going to drive a lot of the conversation in the coming years in New Hampshire and really across the country when it comes to energy. For SMRs to become a reality in New Hampshire, what are maybe the 1 or 2 biggest barriers that we currently have, and is this something the legislature can address, or is this more of a technological issue?
From my point of view, this issue right now, unfortunately, is more a federal issue than it is a state issue. Now, I know that the Trump administration is working to change the safety standards that apply to the construction of nuclear plants to make it less expensive and less time-consuming. That effort is not public, so we don't know much about it. It's been reported in one or two places as going on behind the scenes. But I think that's a key effort, making this possible in the future. Just last week, TerraPower in Wyoming got a construction permit for its nuclear power plant, which is actually going to be a big plant. It's not going to be a small modular plant, it's going to be a large plant. But there is activity happening. The Googles and Amazons of the world are going to be signing contracts with companies to build these reactors. And once that production line gets moving and they start actually building these things, then it'll become more likely that we'll see some here in New Hampshire.
Yeah, there's just to touch on that last comment. There's something called the first of a kind problem, right? So the first one that comes off the assembly line is going to be super expensive, and we probably don't want to be the purchaser of that first of a kind. But once you have the nth of a kind, where there's the second, third, fourth, and realizing that there's maybe 50 different companies all working on this thing, so we want to be ready to benefit from the reproducibility of these things being built in factories, right? So, and I forgot what your question was. I was just wanted to.
No, that definitely, I think, answered that for the
There was
most part.
one more thing I wanted to mention, Sarah. Last year we passed House Bill 672, which Keith talked about briefly in his excellent presentation earlier, which allows islanded generation. The idea behind that bill is that if I want to build a power plant, it doesn't matter what I use for generation, nuclear, natural gas, whatever, I should be able to build that power plant and sell the energy directly to someone who wants to buy it. And as long as I don't connect to the grid, which is owned by somebody else, in the case of the utility, the poles, transmission and distribution poles and wires, that's owned by Eversource or Unitil or whoever. But if I don't connect to that grid, and I just sell my power to Keith, for example, then I should be able to do so without any interference from government, because it doesn't affect the public. It's a private transaction between me and Keith. Therefore, there should be no government interference, and that's what House Bill 672 provides, that if you do that, and admittedly there are problems with how you might go about doing that, but that's what innovation and entrepreneurship will solve, those kinds of problems. So that's a key component, I think, to making this happen in the future.
So nuclear is a large part of New Hampshire's energy, over 50%, but another type of energy that people do kind of tend to forget about in this conversation sometimes is natural gas. So natural gas, I think, is responsible for about 26% of New Hampshire's electricity production. I think roughly 21% of houses in New Hampshire are heated by natural gas, especially this time of year, as it gets colder and more people are turning on their heat. Natural gas becomes more of a topic here. So that's always been a conversation about how do we continue to expand the natural gas coming into New Hampshire, and is this something that we see a future of being able to work on nationally? We will need some cooperation from other states around us in order to do this, but is natural gas a viable option for us to continue pursuing here?
Natural gas is absolutely the bridge between where we are today and the nuclear future that we would all envision happening maybe 2050 or beyond. When I began this discussion, at the very beginning of our little panel here, I talked about what happened 25 years ago, changing the energy landscape here in New England. Well, that has had the unintended consequence of discouraging the building of new natural gas pipelines. And here's how. When you're a generator, a merchant generator in an open competitive market, the fuel you use to generate your electricity, you want it to be the cheapest fuel you can get. If you sign a contract to buy gas on a natural gas pipeline, you lock in your price. And there will be days when other people will be able to generate energy more cheaply than you because you've locked in your price. So what that does is it incentivizes natural gas generators not to buy gas contracts. What that does is when we have a real heavy cold snap or a cold winter like we've had this winter, the companies that do buy contracts, namely the companies that supply heating, gas for heating, they get all the gas first. And then what's left over goes to generate electricity. Well, as we've seen this winter, there were certain days when there was very little left over. And so many of the natural gas plants, which are equipped with technology to burn two different kinds of fuels, they switched from burning natural gas to burning oil. There were days this past winter when 37% of our electricity here in New England came from burning oil. And of course, burning oil is dirty, number one, but it's twice as expensive as natural gas, number two. So, once again, I'm discouraged by the restructuring we did 25 years ago. All the unintended consequences of that restructuring effort, which seemed like a good idea at the time, have come back to bite us. And discouraging the building of natural gas pipelines is one of the consequences of that.
If I just continue that question, there's also, going back to the sovereignty topic, there's also geopolitical risk with fossil fuels. Right? So, I don't really like the phrase all of the above. I think some of the above is probably a better phrase, but the natural gas prices, the oil prices are subject to where are wars happening in the world, right? And also relying on foreign power to deliver our energy is also a downside that people have to consider.
So we've got about 7.5 minutes left. I want to leave some time for questions. I have plenty of other questions, so if the rest of you don't, we can fill this time. So I'm going to give you one more question, and then we'll turn it over for Q&A. So start thinking of your questions now. So we're entering an era where data centers, AI, and computing are really going to be dramatically increasing electricity demand. If we look down the road 10 or so years, we're estimating that's going to go up significantly still. So do you see that as a challenge for New Hampshire or an opportunity if we get the policy right?
Yeah, so it's a huge opportunity. And it's this moment in time where, and especially in a deregulated market like we have, we need private capital to come in and make the generation project, financially viable. And right now there's a very big push to build data centers. We don't want to put them in people's backyards. We're not going to boil all the water. And, there's a lot of scare stories out there, but it's a huge opportunity. And there's actually efforts going on to sort of attract, a Google or a Microsoft or an Amazon to the state and have them matched up with a small modular reactor. So that's a big possibility. There's also, I'm a Bitcoin nerd, so Bitcoin. The municipal bond, or the conduit bond that's going through the BFA, there's a company called CleanSpark who is putting up the collateral for that $100 million bond. CleanSpark, they mine Bitcoin, and they do it with no CO2 emissions. That's why they're called CleanSpark. The thing that's happening is all these Bitcoin miners, publicly traded companies, they're branching out into AI because they're experts at matching compute with energy. that's what they do. And so, and Clean Spark is one of them. So the idea of starting small, getting something, a shovel-ready project that's small enough, and then be able to expand on it and build it out it's a real possibility for New Hampshire. We should jump on it.
We've worked hard in the 12 years that I've been in the legislature to make New Hampshire's economic climate as free and open as we can within the constraints of the region we live in and policies like the one that restructured our energy markets. We just need to do more and more of that. And I think we'll be successful, especially when we have visionaries like Keith Ammon. Yeah.
We're going to bring this microphone over there for Q&A. So if you've got a question, head on up to the microphone. Lots of questions.
Hey, thanks for taking the questions. Thanks for the panel. So what is the most effective rebuttal to, I understand both sides of the issue. I understand we don't want to be left behind by lack of data centers and shutting them out. But you kind of halfway addressed the scare tactics, which I think have been manifest in some places where, data center comes into your place and folks like you say, that's great for compute, that's great for jobs, but the common person, and perception is reality to a certain extent, is that data center comes into your place, your energy rates rise, no, AI is going to make everything better for you, we promise. And a lot of what we see is people generating videos of cats and Palantir using it to digitally track and enslave us. So all the downside, none of the upside, that's the perception. How do you as a legislator kind of give assurances of that's not what you want as a person, and as a legislator, what guardrails can you put in to allay those fears?
Yeah, it's a good question. I guess, when has opposing technology ever worked out for humans? I mean, like, that's a mindset shift, right? Like, there's all kinds of, stories about bulldozers replacing jobs or the automated loom replacing jobs, right? So during all those shifts in technology, people had those fears every single time, right? So, and they didn't stop anything. So how do we shift our mindset to embrace it and do it in a way that embraces the free market, embraces privacy for individuals, it protects the environment? Those are all policy decisions that we're going to figure out as it builds out, okay? Now, the reality in New Hampshire is our energy is so effing high that nobody wants to come here, right? So that's what's happening right now. But if we don't try to figure out how to attract some of it, do it with those protections in mind, our state's gonna get left behind again, and it's an opportunity. So I hear all the fear mongering, and I think it's just like a moral panic in politics. Like popcorn lung for the vapes. I don't know if you pay attention to some of these things, but when you see a moral panic run through society, I've seen so many of them now, I just tune it out. But you're right, it is perception in politics. The answer is more freedom to any problem in my question. But it's too early to start closing the door on things. We got to see how things roll out. The internet, Congress put a moratorium on the internet. Any policy on the internet when it first got started. I think that was a smart thing to do, because now the biggest, most powerful companies are in our country because we allow that innovation to happen, right? So it's too early to start slamming doors on things. Let's see how it plays out. But I don't know what your experience with AI is. It's not just cats, man. So I'm a software developer. How many software developers are in the room? All your jobs are going away. It's like, it's over, right? Not really, but it's changing, right? There's a huge change coming where, I used to sit for months on a couple of pages of code, and now I just like talking to my microphone and it writes the whole app for me, right? And that's happening in every field. It's happening with attorneys, It's happening with accountants, it's happening with Hollywood, and we're not gonna be able to stop it. It's not, we have to figure out how to embrace the change, right? Go, tack your sail so the wind moves you forward, if that's what we need to do. So anyway, I don't know if that answered your question fully, but some of it is yet to be determined.
Yeah, thank you all for the panel. You mentioned disconnecting from New Hampshire from the wider grid that's connecting us to other states. I remember in Julia's presentation, she mentioned that the nuclear power plant sells its energy to the surrounding states, and I was just wondering if we did